Hello, hello, friends. Hi.
Hey, whoa, look at those fancy new transitions.
Whoa,
I know, they look
Oh
so
my god, I need to turn you. Hold on a minute. I have my volume up on my thing.
Oh,
Oh no.
Oops. All right, so
They're, like,
everybody just got
shouting
like
at you.
echoes of all of that for a second.
Oh
Sorry.
boy.
I
Mute those,
was
please.
really like fishing through the things and all that, like clips and stuff today, so all of my volume is all wonky.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I love it. I'm so excited.
Yeah, they're
Got
so
Oh my goodness, yeah, it looks so good.
Got transitions and new
Looks
emotes.
so good.
And
Yeah,
I'm
I
very,
saw the new
very-
email. Hold on.
I got the clips thing set up for breaks and stuff. Very excited.
Yeah. What Flutter
Love.
emotes do I have?
I
these
did put
ones.
those two emotes in. Yep. You should have one, and the smile one as a follower, and the
smile
wine
is the
chicken
follower one, yeah.
as a sub. And that will actually, the wine
Nice.
chicken one is going to get moved down to the follower tier once I release the rest of them. So
I do like the wine chicken one.
I know, they're so cool. The only unfortunate thing is that the follower tier stuff you can only use in my channel, and then or whoever's channel you have that you sub for you put the following for.
It's a shame, but I can kind of see why Twitch would do that.
Yeah, because people could just go through and collect a ton of emotes that way, and
yeah, and be really obnoxious.
Right. So I get it. I'm not sure how I want to handle that. If I want to maybe add those to BTTV too or something like that, so that you know that I at least could use them in other people's channels. Like,
yeah.
So it's
Absolutely.
something I'm thinking about for sure. But I'm so excited. You guys.
No, it's good.
Yeah, that's really cool. I'm super jealous. I can't wait till follower emotes.
Oh yeah.
I know. I couldn't believe I got tagged for that program because like I'm the only one that I know that so far that has gotten it. So there must not be a ton of people that got selected for it.
Yeah, I think they do some of this stuff at random. Because there's been a few that got the animated emotes one. There's way back in the winter I got the stream boost community goal thing. And yeah, so you just get picked for these for random, which is kind of nice when it happens.
Right. Yeah, no, it's totally cool. And when I realized I had it, I was like, well, I best take advantage of it then while I have it. So.
Yeah.
So those will be revealed this Saturday on the 12-hour stream. Yay!
Nice. Man, I can't wait. That's gonna be fun.
I'm so excited. How are you guys doing this week?
Man, doing great.
I'm doing amazing.
Doing great.
Yeah.
Super
I feel so much better because I've just, I got wiped out by the vaccine, but I just feel so much better. I'm back to normal.
You're back. Good.
Yeah.
Being wiped out by the vaccine is not the worst thing in the world, gotta say.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I know. It's absolutely worth it.
Better than the alternative, for sure.
Yeah.
24-hour flu and yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the same thing as you, Collie, for my first dose. It just knocked me out for a day, and then and then it was sort of a climb back to normal.
Right.
Yeah.
The Flutter
gradual
was out
but very
for like
quick.
3 days with his.
Oh wow.
It was rough on him.
3 days. Cool.
Yeah, it was.
That's pretty tough.
It was really interesting. I was reading. Well, I thought it was interesting, right? It's relative, I suppose. But I was reading on Reddit. There was because I'm on the Ask Science Reddit or whatever, and there was a really interesting discussion. It was somebody with sort of a good faith, not like a QAnon person or whatever, asking like, so why was COVID so bad, and why is the flu not as bad? Like, why don't we need to be taking vaccines for the flu and that sort of thing? It was just a really, really interesting discussion. There were a lot of great immunologist responses and stuff.
I mean,
and one of the things that stuck with
when
me,
we take a flu shot, right?
well, yeah, exactly. And that was their point, was like, I mean, part of why COVID was so bad is because it's a new strain and it started out obviously much more dangerous than the flu does to us because we've had the flu for hundreds of years. And so we often have some immunities passed down to us from our parents and that sort of thing. But everyone should get a flu shot every year because it is constantly evolving and it does kill people every year. And anyway, I just thought that was interesting. I was like, man, I got to do that, especially as a teacher. Like, I can't believe I haven't done that. Anyway.
My husband is very hardcore about making sure that we get our flu shots every year. I love him. I love him so much, but he is overly concerned about our health. Sometimes I really just am like,
oh no. Oh, no.
Well, I had a year when I skipped my flu shot and then I got it. And I will tell you, like, what we think of as like I had the flu for a couple of days and laid on the couch with, a flat ginger ale and a bucket watching The Price is Right. That's not the flu. That's gastroenteritis, right? Influenza is brutal.
Yeah.
Right.
Brutal.
Yeah, it's a serious disease.
Yeah.
Or
and
virus.
that taught me a lesson.
Yeah. Wow.
Because I was
skip 1 year and then
it was pretty brutal, man. It's serious business.
Yeah.
Fried my brain like an egg. Yeah, Megan remembers it.
Oh my God.
Megan
yeah, that'd be hard
it,
to forget.
Because I was I was sweating so much and
my gosh.
I was like
the colors blend.
I was like babbling. Yeah, I was babbling like a madman.
I thought that's just normally you.
Yeah, it is.
He does.
Well, see, and that's what everybody. That's what my dad, Megan, and my brother thought was that he's just being a goof like always. And then my mom came home from work and slapped her hand on my head and said, "No, you got influenza." Yeah.
Wow.
Oops. Yeah. No, it was pretty darn bad. Yeah.
Here's your PSA, everyone. Get your flu shot.
Yeah, get your flu shot. Get your flu shot.
Even more than that, if you haven't had your vaccine yet, get your COVID vaccine.
Well, now if you can.
Right. If it is available to you, absolutely.
If you're in America, you can get it.
Well,
God damn it, if you haven't yet, get it, please.
I'm still so salty that I just got my first one, but
I know.
It's crazy.
I know, and we're living in British Columbia where so many people still can't get it, and then the government shakes their fingers at younger people who it's all young people's fault. They're not getting vaccinated. Well,
they can shake
and
their
by young
fingers
people,
at our
I
people.
mean people younger. I mean people
like
younger
the
than all of
south
us.
South of the border would be okay to shake their fingers.
Yeah. Well. All right. Well, welcome to another session of Windbags of Chaos, where sometimes we play D&D. I'm your dungeon master, Ghost Pepper. I am, as always, joined by the incredible Flutterdye, the incomparable Cauliflumps, and Woof. We've got our. I got a roleplay warm-up question for you fine people. To be 10 point. Oh no. He'll get me back for that later. So I got a roleplay warm-up question for you, for you to think about while we talk about our Bits Redemption program. So our roleplay warm-up question, I thought that this one stood out to me because we are very much a party of adventurers out of necessity. Right, you didn't choose the adventuring life. The adventuring life chose you, and you were kind of thrown into it. And so the question is, what is your character's favorite thing about adventuring? What is your character's favorite thing about adventuring?
That is a good question. Let me pop this over here so you can do the points thing.
Yeah. And while you guys think about that,
look at that flashy transition,
we have
y'all.
look at those beautiful transitions. I love those transitions. And they're so easy to set up. Like, I was shocked when I set mine up. They're actually really easy.
I was nervous because I was like, how many milliseconds till a scene switch? Like, but until I figured that out.
Yeah, you gotta.
Like, no, it's not quite. But it was.
You just trial and error.
Yeah.
It's okay, that doesn't quite line up. Let me change it a little bit. Yeah. But yeah, really, really cool. I think they go so well with your vibe on your channel as well. Like it's
I
so
know. I had a couple picked out, but that one, it just has the right elements. You know, the trees and the little mushroom-looking flowers and stuff. Oh no! Show it again. Hold on. I have to do it again for Striker.
Megan missed it. Okay.
Hold on. Here we go. You're gonna get it twice now.
Oh, beautiful.
Look at that.
Right?
Yeah.
I love it.
So while we're role playing, we want to try to focus on what needs to be focused on. So we're going to be putting chat away, but chat, you can still participate in our D&D stream through the Winds of Chaos. You can use your bits to harness this mystical, malevolent force of unpredictability and change sweeping the world, either for the benefit of our party or for the detriment, using your bits. So for 300 bits, you can give our heroes a useful, mundane, non-magical item. If they need to climb a cliff and, somebody throws 300 bits and says they find a rope, there's a rope. Or if you want, if Mazra needs a little bit of extra cash, you can say that she finds a bag of gold coins or whatever. For 400 bits. For 400 bits, you can give a foe that the party is facing a minor mutation, make them a little bit tougher. For 500 bits, a major mutation where the monster will actually physically transform, and 2 or 3 of their stats will get buffed. That is a Beach-End favorite right there. Whenever Beach-End's around, we get a lot of attempted TPKs. For 600 bits, you can compel a player character's flaw. On my Discord, on Flutterdy's Discord, and on Cauliflum's Discord, you will find a Dungeons and Dragons or Winds of Chaos section with a document that's been pinned that lists all of the player character flaws. You can compel a player character to act upon that flaw during play with 600 bits. With 700 bits, you can grant inspiration to one player character, which is an extra d20 that they can roll in a clutch moment when they really need something to succeed or they're trying to do something cool, but the odds are not in their favor. And then for 800 bits, you can make Flutter roll on the Wild Magic Surge table. Flutterdy's character Kiona is a wild magic sorcerer. Every time she casts a leveled spell, there is a chance that something, some random haywire magical event will happen. You can turn that into a certainty with your bits. And she will roll on a table of 50 possible things that might happen, and you can never predict what it's going to be. All right, and with that said, we're back to our roleplay warm-up question, which is, what is your character's favorite thing about adventuring?
I can start if
go for it.
So, Foodle's favorite part of adventuring, because of course it is, because he's Foodle, is I think it's a little bit of a toss-up. I don't know if it's necessarily the adventuring or more the traveling that this would be tied to, but spending time with people that he cares about, he really likes that. But the adventuring specifically, he loves that it does good in the world. So like when Oh shoot! Now I'm forgetting Snoz's character's
Vish.
name. Vish. I knew it was a
Vish.
V name.
Yeah.
Helping Vish out and rescuing the villagers and that sort of thing, and helping the giants and the whoever, right? Like he wants to make the world a better place, and that's adventuring helps him do that. So, or at least he thinks so, right? That's his perspective.
Hush you.
Should I not have gone first? Poor Mazra. Is it like this is
No,
just the character?
Foodle, you're so altruistic. Can I just
Yeah,
Mazra's is the money.
Me, Wolf? Are you laughing at me? I dropped wine straight down my course. What?
Oh no! Oh no! That's why I see. Okay.
That's why Wolf was
Okay.
laughing
Right,
at
we're
me.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm trying to
no,
make it
Mazra.
as casual
I
as
saw
possible, but
I saw that. Yeah.
sorry, my glass is fuller than it should be, but I just had to finish the bottle because it was left over from. Anyway,
Agreed.
I think Foodle, you are too pure. Too pure.
Foodle's
To
ridiculous.
like being able to help people is your first thing. That's Kiona isn't that altruistic. She likes adventuring because it keeps her mind off of her family that she that's gone mostly, and I think she enjoys the thrill a little bit, I think, of that moment when they enter battle and those times when like she does magic, like it's almost the wild magic surge is like it's a little adrenaline rush whether or not it happens to her now, because she's done it enough now that she can kind of feel when it's gonna happen, and like so she kind of anticipates it sometimes, and so she doesn't necessarily like it, but it does give her that kind of, amphetamine thing going on. Like, so I think that's her. Yeah. It's a drug now. It's how she deals with all the pain.
Makes sense. It makes sense.
It's just loot.
Just the loot.
She doesn't like it. She just, it's money.
Right.
It pays well.
Yeah, she doesn't want to
Pays
help
well.
anybody. She doesn't want to help anybody with their problems. She just wants that buns.
Just wants that money. She's got to do it. At least it pays.
I know. Thank goodness not everyone in our party is.
I know. I
Foodle.
think that's
God,
really good, and
imagine.
I love
Right?
it. I think you have to have at least one or two people that are like a little on the like.
Otherwise, as we've established, we don't get paid.
Right,
Unless
we don't.
Cos is in the party. For sake.
I'm the thing to ask about that part.
I can see the pain behind Collie Flump's eyes whenever he says in that high pitched voice, "Helping is its own reward."
Yeah. I die a little bit inside every time.
Right?
I'm like looking at my character sheet. I have no money. Oh shit.
Just thinking to himself, Mazur, please speak up.
Oh my god.
Hey, at least
Save
she's
the
not
poodle from
like
himself.
malicious about it. Like,
Right.
No,
Yeah.
no, yeah. No.
she won't go out and stab you usually, but
She's practical.
yeah. I got bills
right.
to pay.
But I've got one thing. So you found a magic item a couple sessions ago inside the Stone Giant's temple. It was a yellow and black striped child's top. It wasn't yellow and black striped originally, but I called it a child's top, and Beechen was offended.
Right.
That only children can like tops. So now it's a B-styled children's top. That is now.
It is
I
amongst
can
Kiona's
show
things.
this to you. Yeah.
Gonna take it
So
to Underlord.
you have had enough time to kind of study it and get to know it. Do you guys see this on Roll20?
Oh, here, hold on. I'll move us over there.
Yeah.
There you go. So this is Varric's spinning top. You can make an action to throw this spinning top to an unoccupied space up to 20 feet away from you and speak the command word Dabnin. When thrown, roll a d6. On a 6, nothing happens. On a 5, a swarm of bees appears in the space the top was thrown. Anyone within 5 feet of the swarm takes 1d4 piercing damage. The swarm disperses immediately after hitting a creature. On a 4, a minor illusion of your choice appears. This is the thrower's choice. On a 3, a 15 by 15 foot cube of ash and smoke appears centered on the top. Any creature adjacent to the cube makes a dexterity save or takes 1d6 lightning damage. This effect lasts until the start of your next turn. On a 2, the sound of loud chimes starts as if out of nowhere, and anyone within range or 20 feet from the top makes a wisdom save. On a failure, they take 1d4 psychic damage. On a 1, ball bearings spread out from the space. The top was thrown in a 5-foot radius, causing difficult terrain until the start of your next turn.
What?
There you go.
So
That's
cool.
amazing.
That
So-
was...
How many
Now,
times
who made that? Hold on. Sorry?
How many times can that be used? Is it like usable always, or just like
Yeah. Unlimited, yeah.
long as we have it? Okay.
Now
Cool.
it only works once per throw.
Sure. Makes
Yeah.
sense.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So on a 3, a 15 by 15 cube of ash and smoke appears.
Yeah.
Do creatures? It says any creature adjacent makes the dex save. Do creatures inside of it need to make the dex save as well,
Yep.
or they're fine? Or okay.
Yep. Yep.
All right. Oh, that's
really
crazy.
amazing. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Not the bees.
that's awesome.
Not the bees.
That's dope.
I'm trying to verify whether it was Robert the Bruce or Snozzberries. See, I get the two of them mixed up. Yeah, I get the two of them mixed up because they're such like two individuals with glorious red beards
Right?
that I could never like.
And they're so generous, and it's just I don't know.
Right.
And two huge supporters of this stream,
I know.
which is really, really cool.
Some of our
I think I
favorite
found it.
people.
It was Brucey.
It was Brucey. Okay.
My initial instinct was correct. It was Brucey. So thank you so much, Robert the Bruce, for coming up with that wonderful magic item.
Seriously.
Thank you. I'm making an effort to keep notes on where all this stuff is coming from too, so it's in our thing, so we know in the future when we use that.
Also, I'm really glad that you pronounced. What's the command word again? Because I would have said Dabnin.
I think I said Dobnin, something like that. I don't know.
All right.
I assume that's how it's pronounced.
Well,
I thought it was
perfect.
dabbing, and you were gonna make us dab.
Dabbing.
I know. That was like, oh no. Yeah.
You have to throw it and then dab.
Okay, I put it in the note, you guys. There, you can pronounce it properly.
You have to dab. That's the somnatic component.
That's right.
Yeah.
Use an item.
I don't think I've ever dabbed. I don't actually know.
Do it now.
If I,
Now that you've said it,
well,
you have to do it. Come on.
Nah.
You know how.
Let's go.
Let's
go.
I don't know if I can.
You can't.
I don't know if I can.
Well, I'm assuming I can. Like I've got two.
You're in a position and you put your head down. Like...
Well, I just never done that, so I don't know.
Keep your dignity.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to. Yeah, exactly, Megan.
You
I don't know, maybe
know,
we'll make it a strip
I mean,
Really
I was teaching in high school when the dab was actually in.
right.
So, unfortunately, so that was
Right.
a hot demand. I got a lot out of that. I got a lot of like extra
Street
work
cred.
done and things like that.
Right. That's terrible.
I will dab if each of you writes an extra paragraph on your essays.
That's funny. You're such a cruel teacher.
I am. That's what I tell my students why I got into teaching, so I could bully kids. That's what.
Killing me.
Yeah.
Not even.
And they're teenagers, so they're self-absorbed enough to believe me sometimes. Right. Okay. Shall we get started?
Let's do it.
Absolutely.
All right. So when last we left off, you had come back from the Stone Giant's Temple, your fateful showdown with the corrupted fragment of Eldrigo. That's true. I do tell him that. So my Christmas present, I tell the kids my Christmas present to my wife is to ask how she's doing, and her birthday present is I ask how she's doing and I actually listen. That's
Amazing.
That's terrible. That's so awful.
Yeah. Yep. They like it. So you came back after your fateful encounter with the corrupted fragment of Eldrigo's consciousness, having been gifted some sort of a storm dragon egg to care for, while that fragment of Eldrigo's consciousness is able to rejuvenate itself and sort of regenerate and regrow. You bade farewell to your friend Goldrill, who's embarked upon his own path. Mazra. Now Mazra. The following day, after you parted ways with Goldrill, Kiona pretty much spent the whole day sleeping, still reverted back to human form after her sort of climactic transformation in the fight against the shard of the god. And meanwhile, Foodle and Mazra dealt with a robbery in the caravan. Somebody had taken Andrea Pantalonia's lockbox for her business, where she keeps all of her liquid cash. You had a number of suspects in this case, many of whom, actually all of whom, were under heavy suspicion. Both Andrea and Shukador were not where they claimed to have been at the time of the robbery. You had Cecily, who was a former member of the Thieves Guild in Haltern. You had Final, who had some connections to the Bastard Brand, a self-protection gang for the half-elves in Haltern and then in the caravan. And then, of course, you had Nestor Kane, who just has massive RBF, except in every aspect of his being. One
may or may not have just
tried to pin it on him,
framing him, regardless of the truth.
I was actually the next thing I was about to say was that I got comments from a number of people, from Megan and actually a few more people, that was their favorite part of last week's session, was the attempt to was the was it what Foodle said was we need to get to the bottom of this and then figure out how to pin it on Nestor.
Oh, I hope that was clipped, guys. We need these clips. Clip everything, you guys, please.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know if it was clipped. I need to go back
You
and
need to
I
go
haven't
back
looked
and
back
check
at my
that one out
clips.
because I'm sure
I
that
haven't
was
looked back at
golden.
my clips for a while, but
Oh, man.
I'll go back and clip it if it hasn't been clipped by anybody else. You eventually found that everybody else's suspicions, they had reasons for their suspicions. Nestor Kane is just who he is. Shukador and Andrea were kind of covering up a little bit of an affair that the two of them are presently engaged in.
An affair. Are either of them married? I mean, I guess
an affair doesn't. No, an affair doesn't. You don't need to be married.
Like that puts a negative connotation on it. They are
really?
in a secret romance. That's what you should say.
Well, they are in a secret romance. Yeah. Oh, okay, they're in a secret romance. And Cecily, you kind of determined is, just a young woman trying to turn her life around.
I'm so glad that you guys decided that she was good, because Kiona would have punched you in the face if you had pursued that too much harder, because surely she is one of Kiona's girls who takes care of the horses while they're
Mazra deducted and decided that she wasn't a good enough thief to have done this job.
Well, that's probably all right, but Kiona loves her, so
Or she was too good a thief to have done this job, because it was like a smash and grab, right? But I don't know where Mazra's head's at, right? But...
right.
Mazra doesn't think anybody's a good thief except herself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so in the end, you narrowed it down, and you deduced that it had to have been Final, the baker's assistant, who did the deed. And when you went to find Final, he had flown the coop. He had escaped, and he's currently on the lam. And so that brings us to today's session. We begin with Kiona. Kiona, who awakens with the feeling of grass between her fingers, the smell of the earth and the forest in her nostrils. You wake up, you look around, and you find yourself once again in that familiar grove near the ranch where you grew up. The black obelisk and the clear, icy cold pond.
She's gonna look around, because last she knew she was in bed. So she's gonna look around and kind of bewilderedly see if there's anybody there. Maybe if she doesn't see anybody, she'll is anybody there? And start sitting up and looking around harder.
The only answer you get is the rustle of the leaves as the wind passes through, and the slight lapping sound of little waves in the pond washing up against the edge.
All right. Well, I don't think I should be here. I'm pretty sure I was somewhere else when I went to sleep. She's just gonna start kind of talking to herself, blabbering along. She's going to get up, and then the first place she's gonna go is back to the edge of the pond. She might kneel back down at the edge of the pond actually and look into it and kind of beseech, are you there? The person that she saw the last
and
time.
When you crouch down at the edge of the pond and look in, you see the sort of shimmer of sunlight against the very surface of the pond and the little waves that it forms. but beneath is just black, as if even the water itself isn't there. Nothing is there, just a yawning void, and you don't even see your own reflection looking back at you. And with that, you stir awake in your bed.
Right, close. Thank God, but really, God damn it. Am I still human? Yes.
Yeah, you reach up, you feel your ears. You look down, it looks like you're full, like 5 foot whatever kind of height. Seems to be human.
Okay, well, okay. So she'll get up out of bed and kind of, do a little stretch, not sure if this is reality because she thought that was reality, and then she will kind of get around and see where her things are, because she's probably very unaware. She came out of this stupor to attend Goldrill's farewell party, but really wasn't kind of there the whole time, and then crashed out again afterward. And she's still foggy, and she's just trying to clear her mind and get her like bearings straight, like how long has it been, and like where are my things. She didn't bring herself back from wherever they were at, so like she's not sure everything was brought with her, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So she's just trying to like get around her little space and make sure that everything is there and accounted for and all of that. So
so you find that you're still wearing the same clothes that you were wearing at Goldrill's farewell do.
The ones that my magic clothes like just changed, so like it's still the same that I didn't change it since then, right? Like that's how this works now, right? I'm pretty much just wearing those all the time now. So.
Yeah. They do smell a little bit ripe.
Right. We should wash those.
Yeah. The rest of your adventuring gear is sort of piled just inside the door and off to the side, the door of your wagon, the door of your carriage and off to the side, just as if somebody had kind of put them there, and left that for you to sort through later. From the sunlight and the long shadows streaming in from your windows, it looks like it's late afternoon, rapidly getting on to evening. But how many days it's been, you don't know.
All right. So she's going to grab her bag and go through it and see what's there. And if she finds that top, she's probably gonna actually put it back in the bag and then throw the bag over her shoulder and head out the door. Because she knows that she needs to go see Underlore as per her promise to him before they went on that whole thing. And since that whole thing just happened, she's got some questions for him. So she's gonna head out to see Underlore.
Okay. Now, are you two there when she's heading out? Do you want to? I'll put the ball in your court. Do you want to let her go to Underlore, or do you want to catch her on the way?
Well, I mean, me as a player wants to stop her before she goes to Underlore, but I feel like so once. I mean, where we left Mazra and Foodle, right? They had basically just discovered that this guy had given the slip, right? That
Mhm.
that Final is just gone, and Mazra and Foodle had met up, and Mazra had climbed up to like see if she could look around, and Foodle was gonna start looking for tracks or something. So I kind of think that around that point, maybe Foodle would have tried to find some tracks, but also they would have talked about how like we should really check on Kiona. We haven't seen her all day. We don't know how she's doing. Because we'd had that meeting with like the mayor and like the doctor, the priest. There we go, and like how she hadn't taken to the healing the way they thought she would have, and stuff like that. Anyway, so if they're not there, they're definitely heading over to check on her. Is my thought. What do you think, Mazra? Like, are we there to stop her, or is she gone when we
Do
get
you
there?
meet her as she's coming out the door?
Do we roll a d20 ghost? And
We could, yeah.
what do you think?
Go for
So 11 and up, we stop her.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
11 and up, you catch her walking out of her carriage.
It's an 11.
Oh. All right, yeah.
Literally 11 exactly.
So Kiona, yeah, you open the door to your carriage and you step out ready to head towards Underlord's tent, and there's Mazra and Foodle walking towards your carriage at that precise moment.
Oh my goodness, Kiona, you're awake. You're up and around. This is amazing. How are you feeling?
I've probably been better, but I'm not terrible.
Do you feel good enough for a hug?
Sure.
Yes. We're gonna give you a big hug. Oh, I'm so glad you're okay. We were so worried. The priests were talking about how you
You're like hugging my like mid thigh,
Yeah.
just because I'm I'm human again. Oh, I'm human again. Okay, sorry. I need to.
And we're just so glad that you're okay. You know what though, Mazra? Sorry, I got so distracted. We could probably use your help, Kiona.
Oh.
There's been some crazy stuff happening in the caravan.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Do you know the tea shop and Andrea Pantalonia's place?
Mm-hmm.
She got robbed. Somebody stole like hundreds of gold from her last night.
Well, why would somebody do that?
Well, we're not really sure, actually. I mean, obviously it's a lot of money, but
well, of course,
it
but
seems
like it's Andrea Pantalonia. We love her.
right. And who
Everybody
couldn't?
loves her.
Exactly, even Mazra. And like, so how? We're still not sure. It seems like there's maybe some connections with the bastard brand. And
Oh.
I don't know. So we found this Final guy. He was like the baker's apprentice or something. Anyway, and he gave us the slip. We were gonna go question him. We were gonna go grill him and maybe take him to the mayor, but he's gone.
He's gone. Well, can't you
Yeah.
track him?
Well, yeah, that's kind of what we were thinking. I don't know what his boots look like. I don't know if I would know how to track him, other than like asking people if they've seen him. That's what I wasn't sure about. Maybe, I mean, it's possible that Slade would know.
But where do the brothers, the band of the bastard brand, where do they meet up?
That's a great question. Mazra, you never found that out, did you?
Did she ever find that out? Or was it just like... Yeah.
No,
Did you ever try to find it out?
There's Mazra did try to find out once. You know that there's a half-elven community who are survivors from Haltern, kind of keep to themselves within, they keep together within the caravan, and they're very tight-lipped about that. They don't really answer questions about the bastard brand.
Yeah. And Mazra she's been kind of quiet. She does look relieved that Kiona's up and around. But Mazra looks tired as as all hell, and like she probably didn't sleep last night, and she's just kind of like, I think he stole the money to give to the bastard brand. Maybe not with their prodding, but that's my working theory at the moment.
Oh, to like maybe get in with them or something, like curry favor?
It's possible.
Well,
Right.
I do believe we know at least a couple of people around town that are associated with this group. Maybe we could track them, watch them, find them, and see where they go.
Yeah, interestingly, the possibly best connection that we have so far is this really swanky place. I think it's like the Pants Parlor or something like that. And
Pans Parlor.
Pans. I was like, everything can't be Andrea Pants.
Yeah. You're thinking the Pant Saloon is Andrea's place, but Pan's Parlor is.
Pan's Parlor.
Yeah.
Okay. I know that
well,
place.
Poodle doesn't remember that. Yeah, and the proprietor there, they seemed fairly, I mean, a little bit certainly tight-lipped and guarded, but like open that they had dealings with the bastard brand, and they seemed helpful enough. And I mean, it's possible we could go maybe have some dinner and like talk to them. I'm kind of hungry.
I mean, food would sound good to me too right now. Honestly, I haven't eaten in I'm not sure how long.
So as just a little aside, as Kiona says that, Masha kind of like rifles around in her little thing and like holds out a little wrapped thing to her.
Oh, well, thank you. She'll unwrap it.
It's the muffin. It's the muffin that the Muffin Man gave her.
Oh, it's the muffin. Oh, it's a Muffin Man muffin. Thank you. And she will like just like it will disappear. You won't even like notice like it was gone. She'll just devour it. She's so hungry because all of that thing just took it all out of her. And I don't know if she probably didn't eat much yet while she was still at when she went to Goldrow's thing. So she's probably like 3 days without food at this point, honestly. Like, so she'll devour that and be like, well, I mean, I probably could still eat some, so I wouldn't be opposed to going someplace that has food. And she knows the connotations of the Pan's Parlor, in terms of like swanky, like place that you know, only the upper crust goes to. But at this point, she's just like, well, we need to go there. There's food. Let's do that.
Maybe we can expense this to the mayor.
Ooh, a business dinner?
Well, we'll see.
We'll just let Masha ruminate on that.
Well,
I wouldn't be so quick to think that you can do that quite easily, young lady.
Oh, Mayor Roundtree.
Mazza when you turn around and you look down, there's the little old retired mason, who's the leader of this caravan. Kind of, you know, she's not glaring at you. She actually fixes you with a rather amused expression. Now,
it's okay, Mayor Roundtree. I'm pretty sure I can cover it if we need to.
I hear that you two have been throwing my name around quite a lot. I didn't realize that I didn't realize I had entrusted such an important mission to my two agents.
Well,
I mean, who else are you going to entrust it to around here?
That's kind of what we figured. I mean, we were going to come fill you in, but there's been a robbery. I'm sure you've heard, and we've been tracking suspects, and we've narrowed it down. I don't know if you know Finnell, but seems like he might be mixed up in all of this. He seemed like a good kid, but I don't have a mind for names. I do my best.
Whispered it to you.
Thanks.
Yes, that's what Andrea tells me. That you do your best, among other things.
Of course.
Well, the expression on Collie's face.
That was a player moment. That wasn't a.
That was a player moment.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Oh my
That got me.
Oh man.
Well, you've done well so far to narrow it down. It's this Baker's Apprentice final, I hear.
Yeah, and we don't know for sure yet. But we keep running into connections with the bastard brand. We don't know if they're connected directly. And I meant to ask you if you know anything. I mean, as sort of the leader of the caravan, I'm still not clear whether they're, is this a criminal element that we should be worried about? Or are they more just, they're looking out for their own? And I'm not sure.
Well, since our entire world crumbled down around us more than a year ago, which of us hasn't dabbled in a little bit of rule bending from time to time? And she looks straight at Mazra when she says this. I won't say that.
Kiona catches that.
Poodle doesn't. Poodle's just thinking, I don't think I have.
Everything I do is perfectly legal.
I won't say that they're the most upstanding members of our little community, but they're what comes with the territory, so to speak. I came to give you this because I assume that your next step may be to make contact with them. And she fishes out of her voluminous sleeve an envelope that is, a little bit, there's not just a little letter in it. There's like a little bit of a bulge inside the envelope. She hands it over to Kiona.
Thank you.
When you make contact with the brand, give them this. It should grease the wheels a little bit.
Mayor Roundtree, do you know where we might be able to find some of these more prominent members of this group?
I don't know where you'll find them, but I do know that you will want to look for one that is named Caridwen.
Thank you, Mayor.
She's the one to talk to, but you may find it challenging for anyone to agree to arrange a meeting.
Is Caridwen an upstanding citizen of this group?
Mm-mm. I'm not sure, to be honest. I presume it's an alias. I don't know of any person actually named Caridwen that I've ever met.
Thank you, Mayor
Blue
Roundtree.
jacket. Oh, sorry. Brunor's a human, right?
Is he a human? I think he's a dwarf.
Oh, is he?
No,
I think
It
he
is sort
might
of
be.
a dwarfy name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dang. All right.
You need to go beat up Brunor to get some info out of him.
Yeah, I was like,
why would he just
Matt's just like
beat
one
up
day,
just
Poodle,
beat up people you don't like?
I'll turn you to my side. My apprentice.
Do you happen to know where we might...
Nestor probably knows something. Let's go beat him up too.
Yeah, let's get them both in a ring and fight to the death.
That's your poodle voice. I love it. I just can't.
I can't go as high as Collie can.
I think your poodle voice is better than mine. Like, I
So you're not sure who this is for sure, but is there any indication of where we might be able to meet up with this kind of person? Is there a pub that they frequent, or no? All right.
I think that from what I overheard, you were mentioning the Pan's Parlor. Frina Grieftal is a Skulden themselves. They may have contacts with the brand.
Yeah, they seemed, helpful, if not forthcoming. But we might be able to, maybe work out something. I guess, like, I don't know. I mean, do you feel like I don't know what we're walking into here, I don't know what we're dealing with. I don't know anything about the bastard brand. They've got it's kind of an odd name, and like, I mean, if they're robbing stores in the caravan and stealing hundreds of gold, that's pretty serious, right? I mean, do you think they're capable of this?
It would be quite a departure from their usual method of operation.
Okay.
It's one of the reasons why they've been tolerated for so long is little bit of, they haven't done anything worth putting our limited resources into hunting them down, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, I mean, my understanding is they will sometimes, they're looking out for their own. They're making deals with shopkeeps and other Skolden. And that's fine, I suppose, whatever, as long as they're not interfering with the guards or anything like that. But yeah, this seems, boy, okay. All right, well, what do you guys think we should do first? Should we try to find out where we can discover this Caridwen fellow or person, or let's go talk to Frina?
Let's go talk to Frina.
I mean, Frina's got food, right?
I mean,
I think let's start there.
Probably the first right answer is food.
Okay. You know what my father always said, if you ever feel lost, just follow your nose. So let's do that.
That's not a bad adage.
Yeah. Well, Mayor, thank you so much. This is incredibly helpful.
Yes, well, I thought that if you're going to borrow my name, I might as well give you a bit of a hand as well.
Kiona will give her kind of like a cringy, like at these two, as long as they're back, if they can't see her, if they're looking at the mayor, she will just be like...
Kiona's just like...
And Foodle's Quilla's just standing there like, yeah, well, I knew you'd be on board. Mayor, thank you so much. This is why we make such a great team. But we don't want to keep you, unless you want to come with us to Pan's Parlor.
No, thank you. I have much work to do.
Wait,
and this is work for younger people than me. Yes?
Have you ever been to Pan's Parlor? Because it seems very fancy. I'm not sure when I last bathed. Should I, fancy up a bit?
Did you fancy up the last time you were there?
No, but we also didn't really stay. We just sort of talked to Frina outside.
Frina will be a tolerant host.
But maybe if we're trying to butter her up and get, or them,
a little bit of a touch up couldn't hurt, young fool.
Presentation matters. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. All right. Bye-bye.
On your way now. And she turns and meanders off.
Okay. I think I need to do two things. I need to take a bath, and I need to get some fancy clothes. Can we meet there in like an hour? Is that or half an hour maybe? Really quick bath?
I'll think an hour is okay.
What time is it compared to the morning? Is it like nighttime now?
He said it was late afternoon.
It's getting towards like the sun's getting low in the sky now.
Would it be possible, just as Mazra's walking back to her house, to stop by Alaria's place, pick up her order, or was it too early for that? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
She'll just do that on her way.
What did Mazra order again? Remind me. Oh, was it in DMs?
I remember what Mazra ordered.
It was a set of manacles and
manacles,
a key.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
Personal use.
Frickin'.
That's right. All the bondage gear.
Wow. This party.
Listen.
I mean, I DM'd you what it's for, but
every boss you fight in this campaign is gonna be like, wait, let's take them alive.
Oh, Lord.
Put the shackles on them.
Final boss is Cinder.
Wow.
A bad boy.
You guys are all channeling Cinder right now.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, yeah. So, if everybody else is gonna do that, I guess Kiona will also take the cue and clean her clothes and things from the last couple of days during that half hour and do her best to clean up.
Yeah, and it looks like, according to this document, at normal cost, fine clothes would be 15 gold. Okay.
Yeah.
So not like some extravagant, like he's not going to look like a lord, but
no,
they're not going to look like hunting clothes either, right? Like maybe there's maybe some fur-lined something, and possibly even a nice brocade into the tunic, or I don't know.
Yeah, your Sunday best.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So, what is minus 15? Oh gosh. Okay, I'll worry about that in a minute.
Just put it in the thing and put minus 15 in front of it under the gold.
That's what I need to do.
So that you could just do that.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm trying to do it on my sheet, and I'm like, it's just gonna be easier in the.
Just do it in the thing, right? and then.
Yeah. It'll be so much easier. Give me the
Put
vault.
it in the thing. I made them a spreadsheet.
It's so amazing, you guys. It's the best spreadsheet I've ever seen.
Thank you.
Session 31. All right.
Look, you need to mutate the mayor so she can kick all our asses.
Yeah, she should kick all our asses. She absolutely should.
Oh my goodness, later. Holy crap.
So yeah, Flutter will take her clothes. She'll change into something. She has human clothes. She has human clothes that are hers, actually, that she hasn't worn in a long time because she hasn't been human for a long time. So she'll take off her magic clothes and put on her actual human clothes and go and wash the magic clothes and bathe herself, actually. And all of that too. And then she'll go to the Pan's parlor.
All right. Any other pressing business before we drive on with that?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and so you all meet up at the Pan's parlor in your Sunday best, as it were, and you find it sort of significantly busier than the last time you were there, which earlier on in the day. This is a place where the who's who of the caravan, which I do need to remind you that it's a caravan of refugees, so the who's who is not necessarily living the best life right now. But Pan's Parlor is a little bit of an escape from that for the small town aristocracy, as well as the big city. Whoever survived from the big city upper crust to kind of relive a little bit of what they've had to give up this past year and a half, probably by now. We're pushing up on
poor babies.
When she sees Foodle, when she sees Foodle and Mazra approaching, she will make her clothes, because she put back the clothes on because she doesn't know what they're going to get into. She doesn't trust her magic. All of that. Puts back on the magic clothes. She will adjust them according to whatever the other two are wearing, so that she's not because she probably would have put on what she thought she should put on for a place like this, but then be like, oh well, he's wearing his Sunday finest, and she's wearing her thing because she doesn't care.
Maja's wearing her clean set of clothes. Is there something
right? She's just okay. So Kiona will find some happy medium in there with her.
Who just got a cute little vest.
And Freyna Grieftal, a half elf, walks around the bar, and they approach you. Now familiar with Foodle and Mazra. It says, "Oh, hello. I see you brought your friend with you. And this must be, if my memory serves, this must therefore be Miss Kiona Neely."
Indeed.
Yeah. Hi, Freyna.
Well, enchanté, madame. It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance finally.
Thank you very much. It is also a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. We were a bit peckish and thought we might come by for a little meal, but we were kind of hoping that we could also speak to you at some point.
Oh, about what? Does it have to do with what your previous business here might have been? And she looks at Mazra and Foodle.
I do believe it is. Yes.
We're still on the case. Also, do you like my vest?
It's very lovely.
Well, thank you. Well, I was gonna. I don't know. Do we sit ourselves, or do you show us where to sit? I'm not sure how this works.
Well, since you're here mixing pleasure with business, perhaps you might sit at my personal table in the back.
Ooh.
That sounds like a good plan to me.
That would be good, yeah.
Why don't you come with me? and they turn around and make their way back behind the counters, holding the counter. I don't know what this thing is called. You know what I'm talking about, like the bar, the piece of the bar that swings up.
The
gate, I suppose, is the best. Yeah.
If Lionel knows.
But they
here in chat.
but they hold the gate. Yep.
Whenever we get the best table in the house, it'll be the first one served the whole time.
But they hold the gate up for you to sneak back behind them, and they lead you into the kitchens and off to a little table that seats 4 on the far, sort of out of the way of the kitchen staff, but where Frina says, "This is where I take my meals some nights. My home is yours. Please have a seat." Now,
Frina, I'm honored. Thank you.
What is this business that you would like to speak to me about?
We have business with the bastard brand, and I hear tell that you have some contact with them. I just need to get in contact, that's all. I'm not asking you to tell me where they're at or point me to a person specifically, but I do need to find out a way to get in contact with them.
Well,
Go ahead.
Straight to the point, aren't you? Yes, you're right. It will be quite challenging to arrange a meeting. The bastard brand they're not very sociable towards outsiders, especially not outsiders of the assembled personages we have here. I'm sorry, Foodle. What were you saying?
Well, I mean, I was just gonna say, I don't know if it'll help, but we've sort of been given a name. I don't know if it would ring a bell to you, Caridwen. Maybe you could point us in their direction, and they could help us. I'm not sure where to start looking, really. Megan.
Who gave you Caridwen's name?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does.
Foodle was gonna look at Kiona and ask her for guidance here.
If you want to speak with Caridwen, it matters very much. Who gave you that name?
The mayor did.
Yeah.
The mayor did.
Roundtree.
Very well. I can reach out to Caridwen, but with nothing but the name of the Warg Slayers and the mayor, 2 institutions which I cannot say that the bastard brand have a terrible amount of respect, let alone deference towards. I can't guarantee that she would be willing to meet, but I can put a message out there for you.
Well, you can assure them we have just as much respect for them as they do for us.
We have no reason to disturb their business in general. We feel that somebody that feels that they owe them something may have gone a bit astray, and we just want to discuss that is all.
If I could be so bold, Fool's gonna look at Mazra and Kiona. Also, thank you so much for the raid, Flannel.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for supporting.
Flannel raid.
Flutter's amazing. Also, Flannel's amazing. Go check him out if you haven't.
Oh, please do. Somebody. Oh, thank you, Striker.
I don't know. I feel like we can trust you. You know that we've been investigating the theft at the Pan Saloon. Part of what we're unclear on is if the Bastard brand had a hand in it. Currently, we don't really think that they did. I mean, do you think that they're capable of such a thing? I mean, is that one of the things that they do, or I know you've had dealings with them in the past. Was that your impression, or?
I couldn't say that I would know either way to tell you.
Oh, okay. Well, what we don't want to happen is if they were not involved, we don't want this to, smear their organization. We don't want this to tarnish, whatever reputation they may have. So that's part of why we want to meet with them, to uncover the truth, basically.
We will settle this quietly if quietly can be done.
Yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily have to go into Mazra's whole theory, but it doesn't seem like maybe this is the Bastard brand, and we don't want this tied to them if it doesn't need to be, right? And we want to find out who is really behind the theft.
Well, I will put out the word. We shall see if Caridwen has any interest in speaking with you. In case she does, you should know 2 things. First, that from the experience of many Skulden, myself included, although I've moved past much of that, when outsiders have no reason to want to disrupt Skulden business, that doesn't mean they won't. You should understand that perspective when speaking with her, if she chooses to meet with you.
Well, certainly.
I will get the message out.
Thank you.
And I'll be back shortly with your appetizers. And Freyna turns and they move off. They come back with the caravan famous Pan's flute to begin, which is a board, a generous and heaping board with all sorts of breads and cheeses and olives and pickled vegetables for you to munch on while you wait.
Kiona will take no time in starting in on that.
Are they standing there like watching us eat, or did they leave?
They left.
Okay. Mazra is also, before she eats, is going to make sure that everything smells correct and is not.
Kiona's already shoving it in her mouth.
Has not been laced with anything.
Yep. And it seems to all be okay.
Okay.
Kiona's gonna watch Mazra go through this process and be like shaking her head while she's like horking it down.
Kiona, make a Constitution save.
Of course. Oh my god, I haven't even. Hold
Foodle,
on, you guys.
Foodle
I haven't
should
got
too.
my character sheet out.
Foodle's been eating carrots and mushrooms and whatever there is. Like, he's hungry. He's a hungry boy.
Con save. Okay, here we go.
All right, Foodle, you can make a con save as well.
Decent con. Oh.
14.
Chat? Oh no. Oh.
You're both okay. I'm just trolling you.
Yeah. Just like, oh man. That was.
I knew it.
I can't imagine that a place such as this would take the reputation if they would make one of their people like that's just not going to be okay in a restaurant like this. So
Well,
just...
to be fair, we don't know what we're getting mixed up in.
We
Like,
don't,
for all
but
I
we
know, this
know
could be
that
the
these secret
mafia,
lovers
like,
go to dine in this town, and so it has a reputation
true.
to uphold as a fine dining establishment. So they wouldn't do that
Although,
to their
isn't,
customers.
I mean, Andrea, she's a half elf, isn't she?
Well,
Yes.
because
Okay.
she's part of that. Well, she supports their organization, so that makes
So
sense.
so this is I don't know if she kind of explained this sort of in passing last time, but the situation here that Freyna also explained is that this particular community of half elves have been half elves for generations.
Right.
And so they have their own sort of distinct identity, whereas Andrea is a half elf. Like she's like one or two generations removed from her. I hate to use the term like pure blooded, but that ancestry, right?
So
to them, Andrea's not, and to Andrea herself, she's not exactly part of their community.
Right. Okay.
But she's treated kindly, and Andrea appeared to have nothing negative to say about them. Which does that actually say anything?
Yeah, that's
she has nothing negative to say about anybody.
So while we're eating and waiting for maybe confirmation of a meeting with this person, Kiona will divulge to Boodle and Mazra that she has an idea. I can change myself to look like a half-elf and maybe wander into camp and maybe find them if we need to.
It's not a bad idea. I got the impression. I mean, it's certainly better than no ideas that I have, right? I do wonder. I got the impression from maybe Andrea and what Freyna was saying that this particular group, the Skolden, they they all kind of know each other from.
They know everybody that came with the caravan in the first place, but there may be newcomers along the way.
Yeah, it could very well be.
And while they might treat them warily, we might still get an in there if we need it.
Yeah, I mean, they're maybe gonna treat you in disguise less warily than me, for example. So, even if they are still wary, which they would probably be, but who knows, right? I don't know.
I just feel like if honesty isn't gonna work, then I guess we just gotta do what we gotta do, right?
Doesn't honesty always work?
Kiona will look at Mazra and look back at Poodle.
You've done so well to impress me today. Don't stop now.
I just find that being honest with people is the best policy.
In general, I think I agree with you, but sometimes it just doesn't work with some people.
Yeah, I have had to sort of learn that some people will use your honesty against you, and I don't know. I'm not so sure I can tell who is who.
Not to interrupt this moment of good roleplay here, but I feel like there's a couple of new blurps in there.
No!
Doesn't honesty, just the way Wolf said, Poodle.
Yes.
And I really liked "You've done so well to impress me today. Don't stop now." I really like that.
I agree.
Well, I do think that, having a disguise is probably extremely useful. So maybe even using it here is the best play. I don't really know. I mean, this is the thing. I don't know what we're getting ourselves into. I mean, is this some sort of underground organized crime family, or is this like, you know, a community that looks out for each other and, you know, pools money together? And I don't
Kiona is
know.
gonna look at Mazra to see if they feel the same, that this is just a group of ne'er-do-wells that use their position to get money off of people with ill intent. Essentially, they just threaten the people to support them in order to not get raided by them. And that's how Kiona feels about this group. She does not good experiences with them in the past. So
Is that pretty much what she kind of uncovered when she was doing her initial like?
Seems like it. They're they have been extorting some of the businesses,
right.
such as Ilaria Goddard's, and it seems possibly Nestor Kane as well to give them
To take advantage.
Stuff like product for free or steeply discounted. Although none of these people have been willing to say like how the Bastard brand appears to have gotten them into this deal, or why, or what they're using it for. And in your investigation, Mazda, it appeared that the purpose is for self-defense of this cloistered half-elven community, because they don't trust the authorities to take care of them the way that they take care of everybody else. Whether that's a pretense or not, I suppose evidence is pretty flimsy, and Mazur's a pretty cynical person, so
right.
Well, she'll try to share that with them in the most subjective way possible. Wait, which one is that? Objective?
Subjective is objective is like
objective.
most unbiased.
Way
objective is
yeah. Also, on a side note, when she was looking, did she find out if they tend to, what language they tend to prefer? Is it just, or is that unknown?
Yeah, you wouldn't know that. Okay. No.
I guess I don't know how to approach this. So, do you want me to just do what I do and be honest with this Caridwen person, or like I was with Fina, or are we gonna try, trying to sneak our way in and get some info that way? Because I'm curious. I think that's amazing that you can do that, Kiona. I'm happy to try it out.
I would prefer not to have to. I do think that taking the route of somebody is claiming your name potentially and doing ill in that way is possibly a good way to go about it, because this group doesn't want to widely be discredited in this town. I think they've made great effort to at least make themselves seem like they're something to some people.
Yeah, I mean, based on what the mayor was saying, they've kept a pretty low profile if they are a criminal element. And if they did knock over this store to the tune of a couple hundred gold,
that
I feel
would be
like
a pretty big problem.
Yeah, they're going to be in trouble with a lot. I mean, basically everyone else in the caravan, because who knows who's going to be next, right? I mean, I don't know.
So if they resist this, then we know that they're all out, and we can just take them down however we can take them down.
Yeah, and if they resist, it might mean that they are quite powerful as well.
Well, we'll see about that.
Or at least maybe they think they are. Who knows? Well, were you going to say something, Ezra? Oh, sorry.
At this point, Frina returns to your table. And she refills each of your glasses from a bottle of wine, and then she sets down a fourth glass at the empty place across from you. Caridwen has agreed to meet. She will be here shortly.
Thank you, Frina.
Oh my
And then
goodness.
Frina sort of swishes away.
They're amazing. Frina's just incredible.
I thought maybe she would do her best to help us out in this situation. She's got a business in this town, too.
Yeah, they seem, well connected and
What? What was that?
I was just gonna whisper they, but Kali got it.
I
right,
apologize.
yeah.
My bad.
It's fine.
I don't know what. I think it's the name Frina that keeps. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
It is a thing. I'm sorry.
But yeah, they seem well connected and at least open. They're helping us, and we're not. None of us are half elves or the Skolden or whatever. So
Much
Just
of her
remember-
business is not half elves.
Yeah, but just remember, you can't necessarily trust anything this person's going to say. They have their own interests.
right now, do you? So Mazra, what do you think? Are you comfortable with me just spilling the beans, being open with them about what we're here to do, or is there some other thing that you want to try?
I suppose it can't hurt.
Okay. See, that's the spirit. Honesty. Perfect. Okay. I knew I could get you on board. Well, this food is delicious. I wonder if they probably have a salad or something, right?
Oh, by the way, despite the fact that wine was, because I guess there was wine for everyone or whatever, Mazra is not drinking the wine.
And when Kiona notices it, she'll just take her glass and pour it into her own glass.
Boodle's going to swish it and sniff, and then sort of slide it over to Kiona.
Oh man. Looks like Kiona's gonna get trashed tonight.
God.
No, I mean, you don't have to drink it. If you enjoy
It's
it, go for
fine.
it. But it's not for me. It
I know.
always just tastes like
It's
alcohol
okay.
to me.
I was
don't
just kidding with her anyway.
know. Oh, okay. But yeah, you don't have to drink mine. That was really nice of them to bring it, though. I'm sure. Is it delicious?
It is very nice, yes.
Ooh. Man, that is we need a Kiona command. I swear.
We need a
I
Kiona
have one on
command
my
that has-
stream. Yeah.
Oh really? I need
I
to
have
do it
one
on
on my
mine. I'm
stream,
sorry. I should do that.
Need to add one. Yeah.
Oh man. I assume it won't last too. That's why I'm not taking it for granted right now.
Hey, maybe cat person next.
That's why she's
to
still
next
wearing
week.
the magic clothes.
That's pretty funny. All right.
Two, I
well,
think.
perfect.
And so, as this exchange kind of winds down, there's a small flurry of unobtrusive activity around your table as a couple of servers come and lay out plates and forks and knives and 4 steaming bowls of what to us would basically be like French onion soup are laid out in front of you with a beautiful bubbly crusty cheese on top. Oh my goodness, I could go for some French onion
love
soup.
some French onion soup.
Oh yeah. And then a fourth pot of soup is laid out in the empty space on the table, and as the servers retreat, a half-elven woman approaches and sits down heavily in the seat across from you. She looks at each of you in turn, but says nothing.
Hello, I'm Foodle. You must be Caridwen. Am I saying that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. We are. Yeah, I don't know if you've heard. Probably word tends to get around in the caravan pretty quickly. The Pansaloon was robbed last night. There was a break and entry, and a few hundred gold was taken. And we have been investigating the crime, and it's given us a name. We've got a pretty strong suspect, but one thing that keeps coming up, and we don't know if there's a connection or if it's unrelated, and whether you're able to help us clear this up or not, or introduce us to people who can, is the bastard brand. And this seems unlike their previous activity and sort of everything that we know about them, which, to be honest, is very little. And so we don't want this tarnishing their name if they're not involved, but if they are involved, we do need to know. So that's why we're here. I don't know if you can help us with that.
I can help you. Whether I choose to or not is another matter.
I see. Well, what does your help hinge upon?
The way it was told to me was that the mayor wanted this meeting to happen.
He did. And in fact, I think, Kiona, you have something from the mayor for Caridwen? Was it Kiona? Shoot, is my memory failing?
I do have it. I just wasn't necessarily going to hand it right to her right now. But here you go. I didn't say that out loud. Kiona did not say that out loud.
Right. Okay. We're going full honesty here.
In
you
fact,
guys
I do. I did not look at it, and I maybe should have ahead of time, but I'm going to give it to this chick. Okay. She will hand it over.
Caridwen reaches out a hand and gives Kiona a gracious smile, but behind her gaze is sort of a knowing look that she knows what the game was, and sorry you lost this round. And she takes the envelope, rips it open, pulls out a little note, reads it. Yes. The mayor indeed did want this meeting to happen, I see. And she reaches in and she pulls out a couple more pieces of paper and looks at that and says, yes, and quite badly at that, I suppose. And she sort of pulls open the pocket, the one side of her vest, and sort of stuffs those papers into an inner vest pocket. Well, you have my attention. What do you want to know?
You like my vest? It's new.
It's very fetching.
Well, thank you. And can I say, you look resplendent tonight.
That's a big word.
It is for a little person like me, but
Kiona will purposefully kind of give a little behind so not to like offend Foodle, but to let Caridwen know that she's on the level of her stings.
Well, I mean, really, it's sort of what I said before. The person that we're looking for, who seems to have, if not done the crime themselves, if not having broken in and taken it themselves, they certainly seem to have the stolen goods, or I guess in this case money. Final, he's a baker's apprentice. We don't know too much other than that.
Through all of this, Caridwen's ripping her bread apart and dipping it in the soup and eating it. And
Fiona's eating too.
Foodle's just wishing he could. Oh gosh, that smells so good.
Kind of staring.
And
final, you say?
Yeah,
don't know the name.
don't know the name. Okay.
Don't know the name.
Do I believe this?
Roll an
Oh,
insight.
That's a good point. You know what? Poodle's going to do it too. Normally, he would just believe people, but he's in investigator mode.
I've got my dice.
Ooh,
Let's see.
nice.
Let's see.
That's a 12. Yeah, 12.
Oh, I guess I should. Oh, we rolled. So, well, I rolled. I don't know who else is rolling.
I got 15 total.
Everyone's using
15
real
total?
dice but me, you guys.
I don't trust Roll20 anymore. It screwed me over for 2 sessions.
I just want the chat to see
Brucey
my dice.
got me
that's
this
all.
amazing, like,
I know,
oh,
it's
There you
great.
go.
I love it so much.
We need secondary cameras that show dice then if we're gonna do that.
Right? I know. I always feel
Every-
guilty, but I assume
Everybody
you guys
go
know
buy
I
an
don't
HD
want to cheat.
webcam.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't roll dice down a dice tower with Roll20, unfortunately.
Still got a 15 though.
Yeah. So everybody except for Foodle gets the impression that that Caridwen is almost like a cat playing with a mouse before going in for the kill.
Oh no, you don't know final.
Yep. Don't bullshit us.
Well,
Excuse me.
Neither of us have time for that.
I've got all the time in the world to
Miss
enjoy
Caridwen.
Brina's delicious cooking. Is this not the best soup you've ever tasted?
It quite possibly is. I will agree with you on that. I must say, despite my companions' misgivings, all I want to know is why somebody would have robbed the Pan Saloon. And I don't think that anybody in this town has any ill will toward Andrea Pantalonia. And we just want to make sure that she gets her justice.
As far as I'm concerned, Andrea Pantaloni is one of us,
And so you should
making
feel...
her untouchable.
And so this wasn't one of your doings then?
What am I doing? Not
I
a
don't
doing
think.
by the brand itself.
does Foodle believe her?
Roll your insight.
Come on, 20. 18.
Ooh.
You believe her. She seems to be on the up and up. Do you?
I don't think you would want to tarnish the brand's reputation as such. But I do think that we have the ability to help bring this person to justice.
Yeah, if the brand or you personally, I'm not sure, consider Andrea to be one of you, have you been looking into it as well, or have any theories?
Hold on
or...
and pause a second. Can I roll a check to see if any of us recognize this person? Because it's not their real name. So, like, do any of us know or see or have seen or anything? Do we know
Just
who this
roll,
person is?
Just roll a straight intelligence.
Intelligence? Oh, God.
Should we all do that?
Ooh, that's not terrible.
It's up to you. It's up to you.
Okay.
If you want to like try to place the face kind of thing. If that's something that Maz is trying to do right
She
now.
does see a lot of people through her business, so... Wait, how does that work?
Kiona assumes that she has seen most of the people that live in this caravan by now. Like, that... What did you roll?
Naja doesn't know who this is. Very bad roll. Very bad roll.
Collie, did you roll?
No, I mean, Foodle spends most of his time with the gnomes and stuff, so like I don't think he really even think, oh, do I know this person? So
okay, yeah. And what was that? A 14?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're like you said, you're pretty sure that you've seen most of the people in this caravan, if not all of them, by now. This is not a face that you find familiar. And then as Kiona's talking about the reputation of the brand, while Caridwen is halfway through munching something, she holds up a finger like this. Let me get one thing straight to all of you. I will not suffer a gnome, a human, and a half-orc to comment on the reputation of the bastard brand.
But
We've
you
heard
want to live
quite
in this...
enough about reputation of our kind. Now,
Not your
with
kind.
that being said, some among us do not consider Andrea Pantalonia to be one of us. But that's not the larger issue here. The larger issue is that Andrea is somewhat lax in her self-care and managing the security of her own business. That sort of thing tends to attract attention from quarters that a businesswoman like her would rather not attract attention from.
sorry, she had her store locked, and the cabinet locked, and the safe with the money locked. What further precautions should she have taken? That seems perfectly reasonable to me. I think we should be blaming the thieves and not Andrea here.
Well, what can I say? I come from the busy streets of a city, not from a humble forcer's village
What
like
city
yourself,
is that?
little know. Haltern, born and raised.
Altern sounds rough. Well,
Some of the other people in this caravan who are who don't look like me would tell you that it's not so bad. It's luxurious. It's cosmopolitan. Not my experience.
well, I guess so. One of my questions was if have you or anyone in the bastard brand looked into it? Do you have any theories on who might have done it? I mean, you must know Andrea. Like, who would rob her?
Kiona is looking at Mazra, knowing that this is a lost cause, and trying to figure out what their next move is through like silent eye movements with Mazra.
Poodle's the distraction, the unknowing distraction.
Is this person, is she wearing anything on her that looks like it might be just like holding or carrying something?
Holding or carrying something?
Yeah, like bags
like
or like anything. Okay.
Doesn't look like it. It looks like she's come on her own. She is wearing the red armband that is similar to the ones that came and had a chat with what's her name, Alaria Goddard.
Alaria.
The first time that you encountered the bastard brand. So, quite openly showing her colors here, so to speak.
Sand. No, I'm just kidding.
Sand.
Pocket sand.
Oh my gosh! All right.
Well, do you? I mean, who do you think did it?
Who do I think did it? I can't say. There are many people in this caravan. I will admit, some among our Skulden community as well as outside of it, who have become accustomed to doing whatever they feel it takes in order to survive in this new world. Now, the brand are not thieves, and we do not tolerate outright lawbreakers among our ranks. I will tell you that much. If we should happen to find that the perpetrator was a member of our organization, well, it would be dealt with swiftly.
This is out of character because I'm already, gosh, this is such a great mystery. I love it. Foodle asked if she knew Final, and she said the name doesn't ring a bell. Foodle believed her, but these two said that was bullshit, right? Or no?
Mm-hmm.
Am I
basically gave evidence that they did not believe her. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have very, very good reason to believe that Final, if he didn't rob Andrea himself, he certainly seems to have the money, and he has disappeared. Now, earlier, despite me being completely forward and honest with you, you told me that you didn't know him. Is that still true, or has your memory been jogged?
I may have crossed paths with the young Final once or twice. Now that you mention it.
Have you crossed paths with him recently, as in today? Because he is at large with Andrea's stolen money. We're
today.
Fairly certain. Okay. Well,
Final was no lockpick, though.
No.
He was no footpad.
Yeah, he didn't need to be. I mean, no. I don't know how much we can tell you about an ongoing invest. I don't know how this works, to be honest. I want to tell you.
I don't see why it matters to keep the secrets at this point.
Okay.
I know plenty about lockpicking. I'm sure you know my business. The entry...
I'm very well accustomed with your business.
He only does it when we're adventuring. Like, maybe there's a locked chest that somebody left out in there.
Anyway, just to say, this job was not done by a thief. The break-in was done likely using some sort of potion of strength. Instead of trying to break in using any sort of finesse methods, her wagon was broken into physically. The cabinet where the safe was broken into using force. And we believe that the potions
using
that were used...
force, Final is a string bean.
We are to believe that in order to do this, potions from Nestor Kane were used. Potions of giant strength.
Yeah, and this is where we come full circle back to the brand. We talked to the only person who can make such potions in the caravan. Nestor came, ray of sunshine that he is, and he
Indeed.
He had to eventually tell us that the bastard brand were the ones who put pressure on him and acquired the last of his giant strength, troll strength. Shit, what is it? Anyway, those potions that Final used to break into Andrea's again. If it was him, and it definitely looks like it was him. This is the bastard brand connection. I mean, Final can't afford those potions as a baker's apprentice, and Nestor's been out of them for weeks, as you well know. Does that help with your theories, or what the bastard brand is, if you've been looking into this at all?
It's a very, very interesting story.
If you don't believe us, talk to Nestor yourself.
I don't believe I'll need to. Well, thank you very much for the company during this meal. And her soup is like still half, she's still got half of it left, but she just drops the heel of bread that she's working on and she loudly scrapes her chair out and stands up. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. The brand appreciates your help. We'll take this from here.
Well, and I certainly hope that we will speak again, and because, you know, we have a lot of unanswered questions here about the brand's involvement. And, you know, if the brand is not involved in this, we need to know, because if the brand is involved in this, the brand, you must realize, is in for a world of hurt. So hopefully we can speak again.
Any pretense of pleasantness and civility falls away from Caridwen's expression. She says, I've already told you, the brand is not involved. And from here on out, you should not be involved in it either. Stay away.
I appreciate your input.
And she turns and leaves.
Well, I feel like we just gave them a bunch of information and we have nothing. Kiona, did you ever get a look at that letter?
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Sorry.
My theory is that Final is either trying to impress the brand or is trying to do something to catch their attention and did this without their approval, using their name.
I agree.
I tend to agree as well. It's a very odd reaction from Caridwen. I mean,
it's not really that odd.
Well, it is in the sense. Well, I mean, on the one hand, I agree with you, Kiona. On the other hand, like, how, if the brand has all of the strength potions, right? There's no way, like how did Final get them, or one? Did he steal from the brand? Like, I was going to ask her if any of their strength potions had gone missing. I mean, I don't understand how...
She wouldn't have divulged that information to you if she knew.
Well, yeah. It's just... where do we go from here? I feel like we have a million questions and no answers.
I feel like if you really need to pursue something, You follow her. I do feel like the brand will police their own. They don't want to be outright branded as bandits in this town.
Yeah, I definitely got that impression, at least from her. It was an interesting mix of the brand are not thieves, but maybe there's some thieves amongst the group, and we won't tolerate that. So I don't know. I'm not sure where to.
They're basically like organized crime. They just don't want someone else doing crime that's not inside of their control.
Mm.
So I don't care either way, but if we do nothing, we do allow them to police themselves.
Well, I'm just like, I don't know. I mean, how much did Andrea say was stolen? Like 500 gold? I mean, goodness gracious, I have 500 gold. Like, if there's people in the half-elven community that need money, like, they could have just asked.
They don't.
Like,
Here's the thing: they come from an area where they constantly feel like they have to be fighting for more, and we're in this place now where everyone's in this shit together. I mean, except for the people who eat here regularly, but these communities can become extremely insular and dangerous to everyone around them, even when no one means them any harm anymore. They're not in Haltern anymore.
right. But they're still maybe acting like they are.
Indeed.
So what did we learn? I mean, Caridwen fucking hates me. I probably shouldn't do too much of the talking going forward, and it sounded like she didn't ever want to meet with me again, which
Look,
is fair enough, I suppose, but
she's also an asshole.
yeah, I mean, I just thought it was odd, like, you can sit there till you're blue in the face saying humans and half-orcs and gnomes shouldn't have opinions about the bastard brand, but like, if the bastard brand stole hundreds of gold from Andrea Pantalonia, like, everyone in the caravan is going to have opinions of them, whether she wants them to or not. I mean, I get that she's very protective of them, but
seriously.
right, yeah, no, she seems very serious and very protective, and I want to say motherly, but almost viciously protective of the brand.
You know,
which,
like a harpy.
Yeah, well, or like me with my family. So it's something I can respect. I just, I don't. So what did we learn? So she hates me. She really, really cares about the brand. She definitely thinks that the brand wasn't involved, but officially, but it's possible that one or more of the members had something to do with this.
There's a potential for every half-elf in this caravan to be tied to the brand in some way. I say we wait it out. We wait until tomorrow morning and see if there's any news of
wait it out? I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't have a better idea, to be very clear. It's just, it's hundreds of gold just out.
I feel like we've talked enough now that it's probably too late to follow her if we need to, so,
yeah.
Besides, as much as I would like to tell her where to stuff it, I have some concerns about if we knowingly make ourselves their enemy, they could make our lives difficult. And given the fact that your family currently has certain things in their possession, I would be very hesitant about making them a possible target. Total.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, what do we do about that egg?
Let her make good on their word. that they do not want this kind of thievery in their group. Give her until tomorrow morning. And if not, then we pursue them otherwise.
Hmm.
And at this point, Frina comes by the table and starts to get the dishes. Did you have a lovely meal? Oh dear. Caridwen appears to have left in a hurry.
Yeah, I think it's possible that I was too honest. To the surprise of no one. At risk of being even more too honest, this food is phenomenal. Please pass on our thanks to the chefs. It's excellent.
Of course, Mr. Shepard, I would be most pleased to do so. Very well. Let me tidy this up. I hope that this was a fruitful meeting. I know that Caridwen can be a difficult one to speak to. It's not like her to leave half of her soup behind, though. Oh well.
Yeah, I don't know how fruitful it was. I hope that they're investigating this because we gave them a lot of information to go on. Hopefully that's helpful, but she didn't really tell us anything. We did learn a few things, but basically it just led to more questions. I don't know. But either way, Freyna, that's not your fault, and thank you for setting up this meeting for us. That was incredibly helpful of you.
Yes, of course. She believes that there's something worth their investigating?
Oh, I don't know. I hope so. She didn't say anything about it.
I think she might have found something worth investigating anyway.
Yeah. Well, that poor boy Final. I hope he's very far away from here then.
Really? He's got the stolen money.
Well, yes, but how do you the brand if they don't take kindly to betrayal in the ranks?
Right.
Well, thank you for that little bit of information. I believe we'll take our check. Thank you.
And
wait.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, mine was something completely different. So,
is there dessert though? Oh God. Surely, come on. We could use the dessert.
Maybe we could take it to go and eat it later.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Were you guys there for that meeting? I want some dessert after that. Oh my word.
Speaking of to go, before our lovely host leaves, Monster's gonna ask if she's gonna throw away the soup that Buttface was eating just a minute ago.
I'm sorry?
Caridwen soup, leftover
Caridwen.
soup.
Yeah, what she's
Monster
gonna ask?
is asking
Okay.
if it's going to be thrown away.
Of course not. This is a refugee caravan. We don't have the resources to throw away perfectly good food. It's going to be donated.
I'll find then.
Thank you.
Do you have any cake?
I do.
Perfect.
I have a fresh batch of lovely delicacies from Mr. Ashrain. He managed to whip up a little something for us in the wake of poor young Final's sudden disappearance.
Well, I'm sure
yeah.
we would be very happy to have some of those in a little container to go.
I will pack a few up in a box for you. And your meal is on the house.
That's not necessary.
Masha looks so happy, happier than you've ever seen her.
Yeah, we couldn't possibly. What's our? Oh,
You can possibly, and you will.
Oh, well, Freyna, again, my goodness, we really can't thank you enough.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
You must have really liked my vest.
It's a very fetching vest.
I was just gonna kind of like throw his shoulders back a little bit.
Kiona will arch a brow at Freyna in like thanks for fluffing his ego a little bit.
Well, Freyna, you have a wonderful evening.
And you as well. May
Bye.
you have fortune in bringing this to a satisfactory conclusion.
And you
We'll
let
do the
us know
best
if
we
you
can.
see Final.
I will.
Bye-bye.
Right. And off you
Okay,
go out of the Pan's Parlor and into the night air.
Kiona, why couldn't I eat my cake there? It was so nice.
Because Final's
What if-
gonna be at the bottom of a river by the end of the night if we don't find him.
I don't think the brand could find him.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did. They have resources that I'm sure we have no idea about.
Was there
Yeah,
anything
I mean,
that
it's
would
not
make
like
you
she was.
think that there's no way you can track him? You had no evidence, no nothing.
Well, I mean, what would you suggest I do? I mean, what do his shoes look like? Does he have a distinctive hoof print or something? I mean, he's not exactly a deer.
I mean, we could ask at the stables if he took a horse. I highly doubt he owns one.
Right.
If not, if he went on foot, we could look around the caravan to see if.
You can ask some guards if anybody has left town recently.
Then why don't we break apart and do that, and then meet back up in like 15 minutes?
Okay. Maybe should I go ask Slade if he had special shoes or something? Or because I mean, look around us. There's nothing but footprints
Of course
everywhere.
there wouldn't be here. I'll head to the stables.
Okay. Is it worth?
I'll go
me
talk to the
asking?
guards.
Okay.
Yes, go ask Slade if there's any place you think that boy might run off to in a moment of desperation.
Okay. Good thinking. All right.
Well, let's start with Slade.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Hello, Slade.
And he's in the baker's wagon, working away with a paddle in the brick oven near the back, and he's kind of grumbling to himself a little bit. He's apparently got a lot of extra work to do now that he's lost his apprentice.
Minus one apprentice.
yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta fill
Really.
all these orders by myself.
Oh no, Slade! I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness, we gotta find you a new apprentice. We gotta. I can't live without your baked goods, to be honest.
Well, thank you for saying so, but what can I help you with? He hasn't been back, if that's what you're wondering.
Well, I am wondering after Final, and that's good to know that he hasn't been back. Did you ever notice? Did Final have any, like, I don't know, special shoes, fancy shoes, a break in the heel or anything like that? Just regular old standard issue cobbler shoes. Okay.
He didn't come from a wealthy background.
Right.
Most of the Skulden haven't. he had a pair of shoes that he saved up and purchased with his own money a few years ago. A little bit nicer than what he used to have. Those are here, though. His trekking shoes, those appear to be the ones he took with him.
Okay. And he wouldn't have... Have you swept? Like, maybe I could find a footprint that I could follow. Well, before we do that, do you happen to know if he has any family? Like parents, grandparents, brother, sister?
Orphan.
Okay. And do you know... I mean, obviously he lived here with you. He was your apprentice. If he was ever in trouble, did he ever mention anywhere else that he really enjoyed going, or a place he felt he could relax and hang out, or no?
No, not in the caravan.
Okay.
Didn't you find a footprint at the tea shop?
We did. We didn't know if it was his or not, though, because we didn't. Part of the issue is we think that the flour and stuff was from his delivery, but we don't know if he stepped in it or if someone later stepped in it. Right? We weren't sure, or if he stepped in it during the robbery. If he did the robbing, it's really unclear. So it's why I came here, because we know it's you and him who work here, so your footprints would be in the back. And I don't know if you've cleaned up since, or...
I haven't had time. You can take a look around if you want.
Okay. Can I take a look at your shoes? It's an odd thing, but I want to make sure that it's not your footprints.
Sure. And he kind of stands up on one foot and takes the shoe off the other foot and hands it over.
All right, so Foodle's going to study this this shoe, and then compare it to some of the footprints around and see if he can discern a footprint that's not Slade's in the back.
Roll and investigate.
Okay. Oh gosh. All right. This will be really, really good, guys. My investigate is a +0, all right? So, 14?
Yeah, you find one that it could be.
Okay.
It's considerably smaller than Slade's.
Okay. And it's not Foodle's, right? Because Foodle's the only other one who's been back there. Okay.
No, it's considerably bigger than Foodle's.
Okay. All right, that's good.
Let's go to the stables. So, Kiona.
Cyril. Cyril is my friend in the stables. I'm gonna go.
Cecily.
Cecily. Wow. Why did I come up with Cyril?
I don't know.
What are their names?
I don't know. Cecily is hopefully Cecily is there. Kiona will.
Yep, she's there. There's only one horse in the stable, and she's currently refilling its little feed trough.
Cecily.
Oh. Hello, Kiona.
I'm here to see if you're missing any horses that would normally be here.
Well, she kind of gestures around at all the empty stalls.
Yeah.
Some customers came by just about an hour ago and really cleaned the place out.
Were any of those customers half elven of persuasion by any chance?
Well, yes, all three of them came with tidy bag of gold and took all the horses.
Had you been missing any before they came?
Well, not missing. There were a couple that had been rented out.
By any chance, do you remember the boy, Final? The baker's apprentice coming through here looking for a horse?
Oh, no.
No?
No, I haven't seen him all day. Is he the one that you're looking for after all?
Yes. Have you seen him?
Oh, dear.
No, you haven't seen him.
I haven't,
just
no.
said that. I apologize. I'm kind of foggy still. Do you know him at all?
No.
What direction did the crew that come to take the other horses go?
And she points. They rode off that way.
Thank you. That may be helpful. I'll try to come by tomorrow and help you out around here.
I appreciate that. But only if you're feeling better.
Thank you. Of course. If there's anything you could tell me about this poor baker's apprentice, I would appreciate that. We're kind of looking for him in a hurry.
If I find anything else out, I'll let you know.
Thank you. And with that, Kiona will take her leave. She trusts Cecily to tell her what she knows. So.
Yep. And then Tamazra, what are you doing again?
She is going to, since the caravan is around, she knows that there's scouts or guards or anybody who hangs out around the margins, so she's gonna ask around to see if anybody has seen either Final or someone matching his description leaving the caravan.
Nope. What, you mean like a half elf? I saw a bunch of them leave the caravan about an hour ago on horseback.
Which way did they go?
That way. Towards that small wood over there.
Who was on shift earlier today?
Who's on shift? Liam and George.
Where are Liam and George?
Don't know. At the Drunken Dragon, their shift is over.
You keep trying. She'll kind of head over there.
All right. Trying what? I don't know. Okay. Yep. And in the Drunken Dragon, she can see Liam and George, the two guards, just sort of slamming back some ales.
And basically, she'll just ask them the same question.
What do you want?
Have you seen the baker's apprentice or anyone of persuasion leaving the caravan today while you were on shift?
Seen a few half elves going about their business. No one looking like the baker's apprentice, though.
Anyone wearing cloaks or anything to hide their face, or traveling clothes?
You mean someone suspicious leaving the caravan?
Or just in general?
Into the wide open field in all directions around us.
Yes, exactly.
But it couldn't possibly be missed.
Yeah.
No.
Any shipments, wagons, patrols, anything else leave the caravan today?
Was a shipment. Wine cellar. Looking to ship his wine to a nearby town.
What time did they leave?
Whoa. Late afternoon.
Do you know which direction the town is in?
Well, it's off, I'd say to the northeast.
Is that the same direction that the other guards mentioned the... Okay.
More or less, yeah.
All right. She's just like, all right. What's the name of the town, by the way?
I don't know, some town, foreign name.
Some town. Thanks.
Yeah.
And then she'll just leave. She has nothing more. So,
all these town names in this country sound like muckety muck to me.
Fair enough. And she'll head out to meet up with the others, and where were we gonna meet? We were gonna meet.
We didn't actually ever say
you guys
where we were
didn't say
gonna
you.
meet.
You just meet up. You just meet up.
We just meet up.
Meet up. We'll just find each other through yeah.
Well, I mean, Foodle was gonna try to track where what's his name would have gone. Final. He was gonna see if he could find the footprints leaving the bakery, but I'm assuming it's just I don't know. Whatever. That's
after that, the footprints lead into like walking on grass. You can tell the depressions are around the same size and dimensions, but it doesn't really leave a track anymore.
Okay. So
like a boot print, you can see where he walked, but
yeah. If we needed a place, she might just head towards the baker's place because she knew Foodle was there.
Yeah.
Okay. Foodle sort of poking around in the grass, trying to find more footprints.
I think I may have found out where he went.
Really? Oh, thank goodness! This is just the worst terrain. I mean, I found a few tracks, but I haven't gotten like a direction or anything. So what did you learn?
The Bastard Brand is after him for sure.
Yeah. Apparently, the only people who left the caravan today were the wine merchant who were heading up to one of the towns nearby, which is the same direction. Well, nope, she doesn't know that yet. Because she wasn't there when Kiona talked to her pal.
Northeast is what Mazur knows.
Yeah, Mazur will say the wine merchant was heading to a town northeast of here.
The wine
around the mid-afternoon or so, which
and
coincides.
And Cecily told me that the Bastard Brand was heading in which direction? Northeast? Question mark.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, they were going in the same direction.
What? What? How's that help us?
Because if we want to find him, that's where we need to go.
If our assumption is that he left this caravan.
Is Final secretly like a wine merchant?
No, I think he just hopped a ride with the wine merchant to get away.
That makes sense.
Because if he did that, no one would have seen him leave.
Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Okay, well...
Although, do we know if the wine merchant is a half-elf? Or do we not know that?
We don't know. Okay.
Anyway, I would suggest that if we're going to go, we should go.
If he's left this town, he's probably on that cart. Otherwise, he's still here somewhere.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should go. Kiona, Oh, where are horses? I guess Foodles might be at his house. I don't know. Like,
Yeah, you can grab
though.
your
Yeah.
horses and your gear and
Okay.
meet back up and set out.
Well, let's do it. Yeah. No, I don't.
As Kiona helps Foodle up onto his
Yeah.
horse, his pony,
Oh.
really.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, and everybody else is like, uh-huh.
Thanks, Kiona.
Foodle, I would like you to roll a survival to keep track of
Okay.
the tracks.
15.
15, yeah.
Because it's
you
not
can do
through
it.
a forest, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not
said
it's
the
not a
plains.
high DC though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're kind of in like a rolling grass kind of. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a high DC though, because very quickly you see that the wagon tracks with finals with footprints that match the rough dimensions and direction of the ones that you followed out of the baker's carriage sort of meet a couple miles out with the large number of horse tracks, large number of horse hoof depressions left in the grass, and then the horses peel off from that and head towards a small wood, sort of a little bit more due north, whereas the wagon tracks continue towards the northeast, towards the town where the wine merchant was going to sell their wares, but only the wagon tracks continue on.
We're after the horse tracks.
Look at this. This. I'm telling you guys, this is Final's footprints, and he's hopped onto the wagons here. Let's keep going. I think you guys got it. You guys are onto it. Now, here's my question as we're galloping along. What's our plan? We're trying to get to him before the bastard Brandu, and
I'm afraid they've already got to him, but hopefully
this...
we get to him before he's dead.
Right.
And in that case, we do what? Do you want me to shoot them?
Whatever we need to do to get him out and get ourselves out.
Indeed.
Well, but so, like anything
if the
that we need to
bastard
do,
brand
like we're
becomes
gonna
our
kill...
enemy, so be it.
Well,
if Final isn't working under their rule, and they're there to hurt him.
So we're gonna bring him back for trial?
Yes, if we let them do this, we're basically giving them carte blanche to settle law in their own way.
Okay.
That gives them power that I don't think that they need to be having.
Okay.
We're trying to bring the boy back.
Who's gonna explain that to them?
We'll see when we get there, won't we? Okay,
I'll race you. Yeah!
Fiona's like, oh yeah, you'll race me with your pony. All right.
Masha does not race.
Kiona, in her actual human form, with her horse that she understands and really she knows this shit, will just take that. Yeah, she's totally gonna take the lead on that one.
All right.
If she can see the where's they go, yeah. If it comes to a tree or cops or something, she will slow down and hopefully she'd rather sneak up on them.
Yeah. So you reach the woods, the edge of the woods, just as night is beginning to fall. It's about sunset time. The whole region is cast in shades of yellow and orange and red. You see that the horse tracks kind of stop and on the outskirts of the woods and break out of their kind of semi-organized formation as you imagine, like horses were, left to roam around and trample in a wider area. Foodle, I would like you to... We'll count this as being in forest, but I would like you to roll another survival for tracking purposes here.
Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, this is going to be good. Okay. 17 plus 6 is a 23.
Ooh, nice.
Whoa!
I double my
Alright.
proficiency
No
bonus from a
kidding.
3 to a 6. I can... There.
Okay. You thinking of all the information you're going to get from this, because you're going to get quite a lot. Okay. You see where the riders had dismounted and gathered around. It's almost like they had gathered around in a circle, and then there's another depression where the grass is flattened out in the middle of that circle, as if somebody had been, as if these people had been standing in a ring, and somebody else had been like kneeling or crouched down in the middle of it. Within the circle of footprints, next to this central where this central figure had been, you find an empty glass bottle, a small vial, really. Sort of picking it up, and with your extensive ranger knowledge of various beasts of the wilds and specifically the forest, you take a little and kind of it's really strong, really pungent, really acrid. This almost seems like what was in the vial was some sort of essence of an animal, possibly like an extract from a urine or something like that. And in fact, you can tell with your roll of 23 that it was basically owl bear urine extract was in this vial.
Oh, this is owl bear extract. Is this what I think it is? I mean, I don't know what to do with this, but was this the 3 riders, the half elves, the Skolden, and maybe why can't I remember
Final.
his name? Final in the middle? Why would they force him to drink this? I was worried.
Or would he just have it because he had it from Nestor?
Oh, you think maybe he fought back?
I think maybe he tried to do something, but I don't know how successful that might have been. Is there owlbears a lot around here?
I mean, it could be. We fought some.
It could be.
Not too long ago in that Talmark forest. This is a out of character question for you, Ghost. You didn't say anything about signs of a struggle. There were just some footprints and then a depression in the middle.
Just footprints, yep.
Does it look like the
and
horses
then you can
might
see
have like
one...
gotten excited at some point? Because if they smell an owlbear, the horses probably would be a little bit.
Yeah, there's a little bit of excitement. We'll Foodle would be able to recognize that. And then you see one set of footprints, approximately of the size that you presume were Final's footprints. You see one set of tracks leading into the woods. And then it appears that the rest of the half-elves mounted their horses and rode off again.
Oh, well, so I guess they left these look like Final's tracks heading deeper into the woods, but it looks like the other Golden just left. What does that mean?
It's not right here.
Well, so the horse's tracks go away and his go into the forest?
Yeah.
So either he dropped the money and left, or he took the money and fled.
Or they sicked some kind of a monster on him or something.
Yeah. I wish Golder were here. He would probably know what this potion was. Alright, well, I mean, I go find him. I guess he's okay from the bastard brand? Possibly?
Well, can you track his trail through the forest and do your little ranger stuff?
Sure.
By the way, when she says that, it is not in like a dismissive way. It's like
your ranger stuff.
Is that potion a potion that you would drink, or like
you don't Foodle, you don't get the impression that it's a potion as such.
No,
it's
like a perfume that you use when you're hunting. Okay.
Straight extracted.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
You put it on yourself so you smell like the thing so that you can get in there. Okay.
With your survival roll of 23, you get the impression that it's quite the opposite. Rather than covering yourself in this scent to blend in, it's like you would if you were hunting if you were hunting owlbear, you would want to like pour this onto a rock and then back up and get ready to shoot the.
So it's the same thing, except you wouldn't pour it on yourself. Yeah. Okay.
You would not. No.
Does Foodle tell us this?
Oh yeah. Sorry.
It's possible
Foodle.
they put it on him.
It's possible
and
they
sent
did
him out
it to
there.
him. Yeah.
It's a way to get rid of him without implicating themselves.
That's true.
So I suggest we move.
Agreed.
Find the boy, we'll know the crime.
Follow me. Yeah.
Follow me.
This is.
I always want to say that, but I always try to resist.
Follow me.
Freaking.
This is going to be a skill challenge. Just to remind you how skill challenges work. You each get to take a turn. You have to succeed a certain amount of times before you fail a certain amount of times. This time you need to succeed at 4 skill rolls before you fail at 4. And you can only use, each of you can not use the same skill twice.
Okay.
You can have Foodle use let's say insight, even though that would be completely inappropriate for this situation, right? Foodle can use insight, and then whether he succeeds or fails, Mazra can then use insight, but Foodle can't ever use insight again in this skill challenge. Okay? So we can go in whatever order you want.
Well, follow me. I've got the trail here. So I try to use some survival to follow the tracks.
Okay, yeah.
Come on, big money! Oh my gosh, it's even better!
Nice.
Oh, wow.
19 plus 8 is
You do
27.
get advantage. You do get advantage on that one as well, because you're in the forest right now. So that's something to consider.
Natural 20? No, okay, that's like a, well,
okay.
Yeah, it's a 4. Okay.
But it's a 28.
Yeah.
Right?
27.
Yeah, 27, sorry. Quite deftly. The forest floor, on account of like the canopy coverage is, the grasses are a little bit more like there's less grass on the floor to kind of pad and sort of smooth out the definition of the footprints. It's a little bit muddier. The ground is a little bit softer. There's sort of, more like moss and plant decay on the ground, making much clearer footprints than before. And so you find it quite easy to track, and you gain 1 success. You feel like you're gaining progress. Who's next?
I'm gonna use animal handling. Kiona's gonna use animal handling to make sure that this is all I got, you guys. To make sure
keep the horses moving at a brisk pace over the rough terrain
and doing what they do. Yeah.
Yep.
I hope. Oh my god.
Now, do you not have a couple of things that can help you?
I do have a couple of things. I don't know that I would have actually used the brush. So I've got the saddle blanket and the horseshoes that are on my current horse. So I don't know if that would help at all. They would give me advantage, but I don't know.
Yep.
I don't. I should.
Well, if they give you advantage, then you can roll it again.
Is that a reroll then? I don't know what.
Advantage is you roll twice and keep the highest.
Oh, keep the high. Okay, all right. Well, let's try it. That's so much better. My fucking Christ!
They're even worse.
Oh my goodness. God.
So that's a failure. The dense undergrowth and underbrush is some of the horses, they get their hooves snarled. You have to stop and untangle them a little bit. Really, some of the horses are reluctant to make progress, and you feel like you're starting to fall behind and lose a little bit of time here. And time for final, you're sure, is running out. Mazra, anything? You can also like defer if you want.
Can
you can
I
also
try
be
to?
like, I think I'm just gonna add a failure no matter what I
mean,
do.
would investigation be acceptable in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
She's gonna try to investigate their surroundings in a very
look for like broken branches or
investigative way. Yes. Yep. Oh, I roll okay. Her investigation bonus is insane. I don't know how it got to be this high, but so 25. 25.
Wow. Yep.
I rolled a 16.
Yep. Yeah. Starts to stack.
Don't rogues have like a? It's not proficiency; it's like expertise or something. Where
that's what it is. And plus, her intelligence modifier is already 3. So.
Oh God, yeah. Amazing. Yep. So that's a success. Yeah, you find a few like broken branches and plants that have sort of shrubs that have been disturbed and pushed aside and bent over. And so you kind of, while Kiona's disentangling the horses and getting them going again, you're kind of Mazra's just saying like, this way. And then I believe we're back around to Foodle.
Yeah, two that I can do here. Maybe. So Foodle's going to try to listen to the sounds of the forest and like try to tell if they're, because oftentimes, like if somebody's been moving, especially something like an owl bear or something that's perceived to be an owl bear, birds might have moved off or have been making sounds or something. Like there might be. He wants to listen to the forest and try to figure out if he can figure out where Final's gone, basically.
The forest is unsettled.
Yeah.
Right.
So I don't know. I'm thinking perception or something, but I don't know if that.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. All
right. Do you get advantage on that from your favorite terrain, or?
I think so, because it's wisdom based. Let me double check. Let me put it in the thingy. Oh gosh, it's so bloody long.
Yeah, it is.
When you make an intelligence or wisdom check related to your favorite terrain, your proficiency bonus is doubled.
There you go.
If you're using a
If
skill
you're
you're
using a
proficient
skill you're
in,
proficient in.
which I am.
Okay.
Perception is okay. All right. So instead of a +3, it's a +6.
Yeah.
Plus my +2 wisdom. Okay. So it's a +8 to whatever I roll, I believe, because my wisdom bonus is 2.
Yeah.
Like my bonus or modifier? I don't know. It's a 14 wisdom. So, okay. Here we go. Is this cocked? Nope, it's not. It's not. That's a 1. Oh my gosh.
No.
Are you kidding me? I don't have
And
any.
Did you say the bonus was a 14?
No, that's my
Sorry.
wisdom. Is a
That's your
14. The
wisdom
bonus is a 2 plus 6, so it's a plus 8. So it's a 9, but it's a
shoot.
Gosh. Oh no.
Well,
So he's sitting there listening.
And no, that's just a squirrel. So that's a failure. So you're at 2. You're at 2 and 2.
Oh God.
Oh, this is not good. Does anyone have inspiration?
I do. I have an inspiration, but I don't have anything to use it with. I don't know what to use it with, you guys. I have 1 inspiration left.
Right.
Performance? I could perform well and no, okay. Trying, guys.
Perform a dance for the squirrels, and then they'll point you in the direction.
Okay, there is something that Foodle can try that no one's tried yet. If you're worried, Kiona.
I am.
Kiona, there is something that I could try. We've done it in the past, and it seemed helpful.
Okay.
I heard that squirrel. Maybe I could ask them if they've seen
that's a good idea.
You know, a half elf coming through here.
Please do.
Okay. Hello, squirrel. My name's Foodle. We're looking for somebody. They would have been, kind of her height, and long ears, I think. And he sort of describes Final because he's met him before. And we were wondering which way they went.
Hey.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And he's going to give him a little nuzzle or tickle or something.
Squeaky squeak squeak.
That's right. I love that movie. I love it so much.
The hot new Christmas gift in Black Cross is the Tickle Me Foodle.
Woof, put that notebook away.
Oh my God.
Too late. It's too late.
All right, yeah, that's a success. Don't need to roll anything. That's a good use of your capabilities. You're at 3 to 2.
Monster, get anything?
Would can I use stealth to try and look and see if someone has been trying to sneak their way through the forest? Or is that too janky?
That's too outside of
Janky,
what the skill actually is. Yeah.
Let's see.
It's looking through our magic items.
Actually,
too,
I could use nature. Has that been used yet?
What's your nature?
You haven't used it yet.
You haven't used
I
it.
have a 3 bonus.
Okay, all right. I was gonna say perception
because it's intelligence. It's not wisdom. Okay. Oh, I have a -1 in perception, so that would be bad.
That would be bad. Yeah.
Well, and you
Yeah,
could do animal
nature's
handling. I don't know what
nature's
you're
intelligence. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I think Kiona did animal handling.
Yeah, but
I
you can,
did.
but
You can do animal
it just means
handling if
that
Kiona
Kiona
has.
can't do
I
it
can't do it
anymore.
Oh, I
again.
have a
Yeah.
-1 in that, so
Aha!
Right.
unless
I have
you
a
let me
+5.
persuade the forest or intimidate it.
No.
Okay, fine. Be that way.
I've got
Just slap a
ridiculous
tree.
persuasion. I could do that, but
Like if you get speak with
No, I
plants,
only got a
which is
6 on
thing.
that, so that wasn't a good roll.
oh my god!
Ooh. Oh, all right.
And somebody rolled something good. All right, perception. Fiona's
This
gonna
is
go
what
for
it's down to.
perception. She's gonna look hard around. She's gonna
This is
try
the make or break.
to perceive you guys. Keep your fucking fingers crossed, please.
Yay!
And so you follow the you get signs that something big passed through the forest in front of you. Something large and lumbering with a particular fragrance left behind by a small pile of warm, soft matter that you have smelled that once before in the forests of Telmark quite strongly. You follow the disturbance through the forest, the path through the forest carved out by this large and lumbering beast, into a clearing where you see an old campsite that had been abandoned months, possibly a couple of years ago, just sort of sitting there in this clearing in the forest. Let me take you there, actually. Whoop, there you are. And you see, this is you guys down here at the southern end. You've had a long rest, by the way, Flutter, so you can fully refill your HP and all that stuff. And you see at the center, sort of huddled, cowering up against the tent on the other side of a blackened fire pit, is Final, the baker's half-elven apprentice. A gash in his forehead, leaking blood all the way down his face, and his visage pale, colorless, and stricken with terror, because snuffling and lumbering, closing in around him, you see two owl bears. I would like everyone to roll initiative. And before we jump into this, we're going to take a real quick 5 minutes or less break, and then we'll get started with combat.
Okay. I actually rolled better on Roll20. All right, let's fix that. Dang. I will be right back.
Cool, you can't hear me. Thank you so much, Brucey, for that. They could all hear me, so. How are you guys doing? Dan and Salem, Brucey, welcome back. Oh my gosh, it has been a couple of weeks, hasn't it, Brucey? Oh my. You want to see something cool? Look, I've got a new transition. Yeah, figure. How are you guys all doing? This game is getting crazy. they had like a whole thing going on. Thank you. Isn't it cute? I feel like it's totally Flutter aesthetic. How are you doing, my darling? It's been a minute. Woof!
Yay! What's up?
Oh, I was just asking Brucey how he's doing.
Oh, they.
I would love for you to come back here for Bulk Druid. Yes, please. We need that at this point. It's going to be a questionable encounter.
Did Collie fix his initiative?
I think he did. He said that whatever he rolled was better than what he actually rolled, so...
I rolled better in roll 20 than I did with my dice. It's just unfortunate. So yeah, instead of a 13, it's a 12.
It's a 12, okay.
Yeah, which I think I fixed it, but... Also, I'm so glad, Flutter, that you asked how they were doing, because I haven't seen Brucey in...
I know!
It's been a minute. I've seen Brucey around a little bit, but not the extent to which I'm used to seeing Brucey around. Which is,
right.
I hope everything's going okay. I know you said earlier in chat that you're finding it challenging to actually sit and watch stuff for long periods of time or whatever. The mental real estate just isn't there. So I hope things are going all right with you.
For sure, yeah, that can be really rough. I know I haven't been doing a lot of that lately either, so I can feel that.
When you're here, it's a treat. It's a treat, yes. Whether you're here frequently or whether you're here rarely.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. We love as much Brucey as we can get.
We were just discussing your top toy that you had given us the last.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Freaking amazing. Yeah, I love this thing.
The top. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, they finally got that.
Like, realized what it was, yes.
I shudder to think when Brucey created that.
The third time I put it in a treasure hoard that you guys missed.
Oh my gosh.
That's so funny.
Every time
we're looking forward to using it though, gotta say.
D&D Beyblade, yeah.
Look, that means that you need to work on your level design.
That means that you need to work on checking for treasure and checking for traps. Just saying. All right.
Called
what
out
exactly?
By the DM.
We like never look for treasure. Oh my gosh.
No, we're like, okay, the thing is dead. Let's go.
Yeah.
I know, right, Brucey? Like our roleplay warm-up question is, what is your character's favorite thing about adventuring? And it was Mazra does it for the loot. Never looks for the loot.
Never looks for the loot.
These two are constantly running off into the next room to get themselves killed.
I was gonna say we're making Mazra like move to the next place because we're all like just a little bit not.
If you take 10 minutes after a fight, you can recover half your ammunition. I don't think we've ever done that.
Never done that.
Oh my god. We just like, all right, this is Skyrim, folks. Fucking wrap it up. We're moving on.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Until you get to the big fight, and then it's, where's all our healing?
Exactly.
All those healing potions we left back there.
We didn't prepare it all. Oh no. Speaking of, I don't think we prepared for this fight at all.
We
either.
definitely did not prepare for this fight. I was going to go see Underlord at the beginning of this day, and we all got sidetracked.
I have 3
We're glad you
healing
didn't
potions.
go see that jerk.
You, Mazra, are glad that I didn't go see that.
All right.
Yeah.
So back to this.
Right.
We've got our owlbears, who, as soon as you walk into the clearing and see Final, they look at you. And owlbears are fairly shrewd creatures, not super intelligent, but fairly, high wisdom, low intelligence kinds of creatures, and they can recognize that although the weaker prey is right there in front of them, a stronger threat has appeared, and maybe it's time to take care of that first. And so this owlbear here, furthest from you, lets out a monstrous roar and begins to close in on you. Just sort of thundering across the clearing towards you. There's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And it stops just short of being able to reach you. Kiona, you're up.
Okay, so Fiona's gonna God, this is maybe it's such a waste. Oh God. Fiona, if I cast here's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
If I cast Misty Step and move to a different location, does the wild magic surge happen here or there?
There.
It happens there? Okay. She's gonna cast Misty Step. She's gonna move.
Before you do, you speak the words, you make the movements with your hands, I don't know if there's any components involved with that. You go through the motions of what you are accustomed to doing to cast Misty Step.
It's only a verbal component.
Verbal component, so you speak the command word.
Yeah.
Nothing happens. Normally you have that feeling in your chest when you cast a spell, that little twang in your heart. There's nothing there.
I can honestly, if I'm playing this as if I was actually that character, she would freeze. There's nothing. You're gonna have to skip this turn. I'm sorry. She's done.
Okay.
It's done.
Okay.
She would just be like, oh. What?
Okay. All right. Foodle, you're up.
Okay. Foodle is going to look over at Kiona, who's sort of frozen, and pull up a gimbal shot and say, "I've got you in my sights" at this owlbear right in front of them, and cast Hunter's Mark.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. And and he's going to fire gimbal shot right at this thing's chest. Come on, big money! Holy cow, that's a 26 to hit.
Ooh. I should say that hits.
Okay. Excellent. Now that's a d12 plus 4. Okay. Okay, so 14 plus Hunter's Mark is a d6. Okay. Oh, no! What did I do there? Oh. 15 damage.
Okay, that's total.
Yeah. Piercing.
Okay. Piercing. Does it have any? No, it doesn't have any resistances. Okay. Mazur, you're up.
Well, so that
No,
was
sorry.
action, bonus action, and then Foodle is going to look at Mazra and say, "Get him, Mazra!" and then run over this way.
Poodle.
And
Poodle taking up a tank position.
brandish his dagger.
All right, Mazur, you're up.
Okay. She will move.
Brucey, no. Oh God. No.
Is this flanking or is this flanking?
Either one of those is flanking.
Okay, so she'll move there and try to use her her sword to stab it. Okay.
Which means you get advantage.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. So 15.
Good thing you had advantage.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
And I think yeah, she gets sneak attack as well.
Yep.
Because Foodle's there. So that's
So I calculated the 8 damage already.
okay. So it's 3d6. Damn.
20 damage.
12.
And then she is going to. So she moved. She was here, so she moved 5. She was 15 feet, attacked, and then she can still move, right?
She can, yeah.
Here's a question: if she moves, can she also like just shout something really quick, or is that too much stuff?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so she's actually gonna move here for now. So she's gonna.
As long as it's like a simple warning or command or something like that.
So 15, 20. So she'll move like here, and that's her normal movement.
Yeah.
And then she's gonna like kind of put her hand on her like over here, and she's actually gonna yell at Final, and she's gonna yell. Basically, just run away is basically what she's yelling at him. Just run, you idiot, or whatever.
Right.
Like,
right. Fly, you fools.
Yeah, basically. So.
Right. And he kind of like it just stares at you, dumbfounded. Seems almost like he's in shock.
Wow.
Kiona is sure in shock right now.
I was almost hoping that you would have gone with the plan to try to like illusion yourself up to look like a half elf, so that you didn't find this out during combat
before I went into combat. Thanks for that. I didn't know. Oh my god! And now we're in combat, and I don't know what to do.
It's the time for the top time.
Potentially.
So a fell cold wind suddenly blows through the valley, rustling the leaves, and the second owlbear in the back, who's currently like just growling and snarling and smashing its way through a tent, suddenly stop and rears back and roars at the sky as it seems to grow like at least another 1.5 feet in height, and its arms and legs bulk up, all of its muscles tense, and its hide seems to become thicker, and the winds of chaos has transformed this monster, and you hear almost like a demonic voice on the wind. Brucey.
If I donate, can I do it again and explode it? Like explode its head?
It would explode, and out of the steaming bloody carcass would step like a demon or something like that.
Oh god. A sexy demon?
Nice edit,
No.
Plumps.
No.
Is it Damien? Oh.
No.
Incubus?
It charges. It charges at Foodle. So 5, 10.
Brucey, how could you? I'm kidding.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
Yeah.
And it is going to make 2 attacks, 1 beak attack, and 1 claw attack. So I'm just going to roll the 2 attacks now. Oh, Foodle and his bloody, ridiculous armor class.
He's too small. You can't get him. You can't catch him. He's running between their legs.
Yeah, Foodle just juking and jiving here. The other owlbear also takes 2 swipes, lashes out at Foodle with its beak, and then its claws. Well, he's in threat range to Foodle.
I know.
He's engaged. It's about time Foodle does some tanking anyway. Oh, that one will hit.
Ooh, that's a big one, yeah.
That'll hit. And the beak is 14 piercing damage. These are not very complex creatures as far as their stat block goes, but they hit like a truck.
Ah! He was like, ah!
Kiona.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out what my move is here. I think at this point Kiona's best move is just a shot with her crossbow, because I am Kiona is taken aback by her inability to cast a spell and doesn't know what else to do. She's gonna pull out her crossbow and aim at the nearest owlbear.
Which one's the nearest one?
The one that's left of Foodle there?
Yeah, that's a hit.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, Kiona.
Eight damage. There it is. Anything else? Move action, bonus action?
She's gonna move a little bit further away from her people because she's nervous now because nothing is happening like it should. So she's gonna move out away from them, but that's it.
Okay. Foodle.
Okay, Foodle is going to. Well, he's got his dagger, and so he's gonna stab the one that's already damaged. It's got his hunter's mark on it. Come on. 18 to hit.
That's a hit.
Oh,
No, okay, so it's this one that Kiona just shot, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think we've damaged the other one. I don't
No.
think. Okay. And that is a D4. Ugh. Need a better dagger. All right. A whole 4 though, so 8 plus Hunter's Mark, which is a D6, which is a 6, so 14 plus a D8 because it's not at full HP. That is mega cocked. What in the
This
world?
min-maxer.
That is 17 total damage.
Yeah, listen to this guy. Like, my dagger only does 1d4. Just
I need a
kills
better
this
dagger.
thing. Just wastes this thing.
Yeah. We've got this. Keep going.
God.
And
So
Foodle's
funny.
going
Amazing.
to 5.
That's the point. That's the point of the dagger is not the weapon damage die. It's all the stuff you stack on top of it.
And Foodle is going to bonus action say as he moves around this other one, "You're next," and cast. Well, he doesn't have to cast it again, but he's going to move Hunter's Mark to this one.
God.
And in fact, no, he's not. Okay, that's his turn.
Yeah, you just hear a voice on the wind that sounds oddly like Robert the Bruce 1492 imitating an evil anime-esque villainess yelling, "Watch my monster grow!"
It grows.
That's the one. That's the one.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
That's
Anyway,
right.
Foodle's
It's
turn.
Rita
Well,
Repulsa.
I said
That's right,
I
Brucey.
said-
Rita Repulsa.
I said anime-esque.
Yeah, Rita
not
Repulsa
anime. I
is
know
anime
it's-
I
esque.
know
it's-
Come on,
I
let's
know
talk
it's Power
about it
Rangers,
now.
Practically the same thing.
God.
Mazur, you're up.
Okay. She's gonna go, let's see. 15? Is that opposite? Or is it here? Like what's the right
no,
spot?
I would say there. I would say
Okay.
there.
Alright, yeah, she'll move there and try to stab it.
Right? Once
Oh,
again,
wait. Yeah,
advantage
okay.
is your friend.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So then
Okay.
sneak attack again.
Okay, I'll take the 6 off of
okay.
it right now.
And then 3D. And then she's going to actually try to use her bonus action to can she try to stab it with a dagger as well as her bonus action?
Because you have that, you can do that, right?
Yeah, you can, as long as both the weapons are light. The only thing is you don't get. So how I do is because she does not get any bonuses. It's just, I guess it's just like a straight roll. So like my attack bonus, I don't think I get that. It's just like straight roll.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like a D20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Think that's how it works? I don't know.
Yeah, because you don't get any sort of like any of your bonuses on it.
Does it say any of your bonuses or just your?
I think
proficiency?
I think it's damage, but you don't get damage bonus. That's what.
Okay.
I just looked this up. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, I don't want to.
Sorry about that.
Just looking at this. When you take the attack action and attack with a light melee weapon that you're holding in one hand, you can use a bonus attack with a different light melee weapon that you're holding in the other hand. You don't add your ability modifier to the damage of the bonus attack unless the modifier is negative. So you get all of your to hit.
Okay.
You get all your bonuses to hit. I believe you still get advantage, but you don't get to add your dex bonus to the damage.
Okay. So my dex bonus is a 2, I think. So I guess just take that off when I'm just gonna roll it
damage,
and then
yeah.
Okay. So just take off.
Okay,
2.
yeah, that hits.
Yeah.
So that's another 3 damage.
Yeah. And I assume that doesn't trigger sneak attack twice. I assume.
Good question.
Megan, do you know? Brucey, do you know? Our D&D aficionados.
Mm-hmm.
A good question. Like, do you get the?
I don't
sneak
know
attack
if that.
twice?
So I get sneak attack automatically. Because I'm opposite Foodle. If you're attacking with 2 different weapons in 2 hands, does sneak attack trigger twice or just once? Because they get automatic sneak attack because I'm Foodle's within 5 feet. Okay, just once then. Okay, just once then.
Sneak attack is a once per turn feature.
Right. Okay, so that would have applied to the short sword and not the dagger. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense. Plus,
Yeah.
the
Very-
owlbear's like,
that would be very
yeah.
I'm carrying
That'd be
4
very
knives, and I'm just gonna.
Yeah. Man, I used to watch an anime that was like, it was during the Warring States period in Japan, but all the samurai were like really larger than life. Like all the historical characters were just ridiculous. So there was just this dude that used like 6 katanas at once, and he held them in between his fingers, like 3 in each hand, and you just I'm just imagining Maser doing that for the sneak attack damage.
Oh my gosh, it's hilarious.
It wasn't Kenshin. No, it wasn't Kenshin. It was Kenshin was at least like had a modicum of historicity to it. This was like straight up cartoonish. So Mazra, is anything else?
No, because that attack was my bonus action.
Oh. Okay, Salem, thank you.
I don't like that.
I can't do it now, but yeah. Wonder if we can choose some of the mutation properties for monsters. That might be a good idea. Maybe I'll need to keep a maybe I'll need to keep a running doc.
That's not
I feel like that's not a great idea.
Different mutation ideas. Yeah. Send me your ideas in DM chat.
This is not Pokemon.
Yeah, send me your ideas on Discord.
We're already
I'll start a new document. All right. The owlbear is going to make an attack against Foodle with his beak, and then an attack against Mazra with its claws. It's just now like lashing out because it's surrounded on both sides. So first against Foodle with the beak, then against Mazra with the claw.
Oh my god.
Okay. The beak misses Foodle, but oh my god. But it's Mazra. I just love the triumphalist cauliflumps, even if it's like playing a character. Just you.
Is that the
any of you? I know neither of you have done it yet, but playing golf with your friends with cauliflumps is just like the highlight of my entire life. Just
I look forward to it.
I'll write down the time. Hang on.
How triumphant he gets when he sinks it, and how salty he gets when it doesn't.
So so bad.
It's so good. It's so good.
Oh gosh.
Is that the damage?
8 is the damage. Yeah, slashing
it's
damage.
actually halved because I'll use my uncanny.
Oh,
Nice.
wow! Look at that.
Okay.
So now is it Kiona?
Or... it is Kiona. Sorry.
Okay.
My brain is in a bit of a fog today. I don't know why.
You're okay.
It is Kiona's turn.
So, because Misty Step is a bonus action, she's gonna try to cast that one again, just to make sure that it does not work.
You speak the command word again. Nothing. There's a little bit of a vibration in the air, a little bit of a vibration in your chest, but it seems off. Like the resonance, I said sounds, but whatever, feels in the way that you feel musical vibrations, right? The resonance is off. It's almost like warbling. And you do not get a spell, but you do get, courtesy of our dear friend leader, a wild magic surge.
It's just not fair.
Right? It is not fair. I did not actually cast a spell this time. 79. Oh, I thought it was a 0, but it's a 9. Okay.
So
it's a 9. 79. This is... Oh my god. Illusory butterflies.
All right. And they're kind of like glitching in and out of existence and like fading in and out, and they kind of like appear to like rubber band. And they're over here for a second, then they skip to over here and then back to over here, and it just seems very, very haywire and very, very much on the fritz.
So for
butterflies be lagging. It's like these butterflies have been like they're experiencing red level ping.
She's distracted, but she's still gonna try to fire that crossbow at the owlbear.
Yeah. Attempting to cast that spell did not take any of your actions.
That should have been a bonus action, yeah.
Yeah. So you still have your bonus action.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I just fired the crossbow instead.
Okay. Okay, is that your turn?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Foodle.
Okay. Foodle is going to still giggling from dodging this guy. And he's gonna stab with his dagger. Oh wait, I have to roll a d20 first. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's a 21. Okay. Oh, and I get advantage. Wait. Oh, it's not a 20 though. So it's a 24 something insane. No, 25. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Still a hit. Yeah.
Okay, so 4. So that's 3. So 7 damage plus Hunter's Mark. So 9 plus, and it's been damaged. Yeah, because Mazra hit it.
Mm-hmm.
So 12 total. And if that doesn't kill it,
it does not.
Okay, Foodle is going to call upon Aaron Selch for extra vigor. and use second. No, wait, not second wind. Action surge. That's the one. There we go. And attack again.
Little death machine.
Yeah. Come on, crits. It's a 9. Come on. It's a 5. Okay, so 9 plus 7 is 16 to hit? Question mark?
It's a hit.
Oh, okay. So 3 plus. Gosh, 1 is. So that's 7, 8 damage plus. Come on, big money. 11 total.
Thing is looking pretty hurt. Mazar, you're up.
Jesus Christ. And she's gonna try to stab it. As you know.
Get it! Take it down.
Oh, good.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Look at the Roll20 is still trying to stick it to you with your first rolls.
I know. What the heck,
The
man?
second rolls are going fine. You're taking advantage of your class. You're doing really well.
I know.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Gotta say.
And then
how do you obliterate this monster?
Just like stab it in, like, I don't know, wherever will make it bleed the most.
To like jump on its back and like just keep on stabbing, or
it's fancy, sure. Just like stab it in the neck.
Okay. What is Robert the Bruce? What are the winds of chaos say? What does the voice on the wind say? after the heroes
give us
have
a
defeated
line.
This monster.
Perfect.
What?
Yeah, and as you stab this thing, and it kind of, it slows, and it ceases to struggle as much, and it just sort of and collapses to the ground. You can smell this noxious, like ammonia kind of smell, like bubbling up out of the wounds, and you reflexively pull back, retching and coughing. As the this sort of dark bluish black ichor sort of bubbles up from the wounds, unlike the red blood being bled out of the other owlbear. And you see Final still cowering by the fire, his back up against that old ratty abandoned tent, his body quaking with tremors of terror and shock, and the blood still drained from his face.
We search for treasure.
Roll an investigation.
All right. Well, while Maz was doing that, Foodle is going to pull out his pot and pour some water in and put it over that fire there. And if it's not going, he'll start it up and get some tea going. And then he's going to walk over to Kiona,
who is standing there looking aghast, just kind of staring at her hands, at her bow, like trying to figure out what went wrong just then.
Kiona, what happened? Are you okay?
I don't know.
I heard you like saying something, and then you seemed really confused. Is there something wrong with your magic, or? or are you just still delirious, or what's?
It didn't work. I don't know.
Oh. Okay. Well, we should definitely look into that. After we talk to this guy, right?
Yeah. Final is the Final is who we need to deal with right now.
Okay. I was gonna give him some of this calming tea that Afima sent us. Do you want some too, Kiona?
If there's extra, maybe.
I have 5.
I don't want to. I don't want to take more than. No. Give it to Final. Give it to Final. I'll be alright.
Okay. Yeah, we'll figure it out, Kiona. We're gonna figure out what's going on. Okay, and so Foodle is gonna head over and finish up the tea, and then walk over to.
I think Maja will also go, and because she has some tea from Andrea as well, that's supposed to do something. Where did I put that?
Really?
Oh, what's your useful thing?
Well, maybe. Well, in that case, maybe we're still talking. What does your tea do? What does my tea do?
I'm trying to find it. It should be on my sheet.
I feel like it is on your sheet.
Oh, I have 2. One of them is, I didn't write down what they do, but one of them is the Garamond tea and one of them is the Dragon tea. And I'm trying to remember. Do you have the description for the Garamond tea, Ghost?
I do. Garamond is a tea made from toasted tea leaves and rice, as well as dried fruits, to extend its shelf life on the road. So it's more like portable tea.
Okay.
And then what was the other one?
The Dragon tea?
Scale of the Dragon's Tail or Wyvern White Chai. Which one was that?
It just says Dragon tea on it.
Dragon tea? Okay. Then that was not what I told you.
Okay.
We'll say that it is Scale of the Dragon's Tail, because I would assume that that's the one that you
right.
got. It acts as a potion of lesser healing.
Okay.
That's cool.
I think it just acts as a potion.
How
of healing.
about so she'll know that, and how about what she'll do is she'll converse with Foodle for a minute and say, why don't you give this? Well, I guess it won't really calm down that guy though.
Yeah.
She'll whisper and say, just make 2. Kiona doesn't need to know.
Okay. And so Foodle's gonna make 2.
And she'll bring the other one back over to Kiona.
Yeah. Hello. Final. It's me again, Foodle. You may remember me from the baker's, Slade's place.
And he kind of turns and he looks at you, still trembling and abject terror.
Does he smell like owlbear extract?
Yes, he does.
Okay, so Foodle is doing
Smells like he's
best
been
to
taking a
suppress
bath in it.
the reaction to that, and is gonna take a deep breath of the tea and say, "Look, the tea will help here," and hand him the tea.
And he kind of takes it, and he's trembling so hard that it's like sloshing over the ends of the cup. And
we've been through a lot. We're, as you can see, we're here to help. If we can, if you'll let us. What's going on? Why are you out here?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And he just starts to wail and sort of falls into people's arms, and he's just wailing and full on ugly crying, like a kid who just saw his life flash before his eyes. And out of it, you can make out a bit of you can make out like a few phrases like, I did it, I took it.
Yeah, you took the money. We know. We can't figure out why. And I mean, you've gotten yourself into so much trouble. Do you know what you're mixed up in?
I knew. I thought that Andrea should have joined the brand, but she didn't. I thought that if I robbed the store, it would scare her into doing it.
And did you
She
tell the brand?
She belongs with us.
Yeah. Well, did you tell the brand? How did they react?
He suddenly looks very, once again, stricken with a fresh wave of fear, and he shakes his head. No, I did. I stole a potion from them to break in, and when you figured me out, I ran away. I ran into the woods.
Final, we tracked you here, and there were at least 3 people on horseback who met with you. Who were they?
I didn't meet anybody like that. And he just stares at the ground as he repeats that over and over.
Does Foodle believe him? 17?
No, he does not. Final is lying. Straight up.
Final. We want to help. Obviously, we just saved your life. I'm trying to be honest with you. If you met with some people, you need to tell us. Did the people on the horseback, did they do this to you? Did they force you out into the woods?
I didn't see anybody else. I saw some horses in the distance. I thought it was you. I ran into the woods.
Where's the money? Final.
It's I dropped it. I dropped it back in the woods. I don't know where I lost it when those things started chasing me.
Does Foodle believe him? Because I sure as hell don't.
Insight check.
Not even a little bit.
9 plus 5, 14.
You're pretty sure that he's lying about this as well.
We're gonna have to deal with those fuckers at some point.
Oh, let Majra go talk to him. She'll get the truth out of him. Think those owl bears were scary? No, just kidding.
Final, I know you've been... Yeah, exactly. Final, I know you've been through a lot, but we are here to help. We saved your life. You're having some delicious tea. What I don't want to happen here is for things to get worse for you. You made a mistake. People make mistakes. There will be consequences for that mistake, but they don't have to get worse. Tell us what happened here. Who did you meet with? Where is the money? And if you don't tell me, I'm gonna have Mazra come over here, and she's gonna talk to you. And Foodle's clutching the goblin, or orcish amulet, not goblin.
Roll an intimidate, Foodle.
Yes,
Oh my
please.
gosh, I have a +1 on intimidate. Now, does he have fewer hit dice than me?
Does he have fewer hit dice than you?
I have
Yes.
5. Okay, all right. Oh my god, I'm not even gonna roll at advantage. That's a natural 20.
Oh, wow.
I wish I had the camera. We need the camera.
We need the camera. We need a
No,
camera.
I wish you guys could see this.
I believe you. Oh, wow.
You're the one who steals all my intimidation rolls.
I know.
Right?
I can't have. I need Monster to. Okay, Vinyl's giving the thumbs up of approval.
Vinyl gives a thumbs up. We got the vinyl.
Vinyl saw the 20. She saw it happen.
Get the nieces in here. No, get like a panel.
Yeah.
Nope. So.
And Foodle gives him like a bit of a squeeze on the shoulder and is like staring right at him.
Final once again looks up at Foodle and meets your stare. And then he looks back down at his tea as if divining some arcane secret from the murky water. He says, I'd rather just go to jail.
Wow.
If I tell you that they were involved and it comes out back in the caravan, I don't know what they'll do to me.
Well, the nice thing is, it doesn't have to come out that you're the one who told us. We met with Caridwen tonight. I don't know if that name rings a bell for you, but we've had suspicions for a while now. I mean, their fingerprints are all over this. Did they put you up to this, the brand? Okay. You stole the potion from them and broke in. Okay. Are they who surrounded you and dumped this smell on you and sent you into the woods? Okay. Final, I think you're going to be okay. We're going to help you. Let me, Kiona, Mazra, we were right. Well, you were right.
Yeah, Mazra will have given Kiona tea in the meantime. Just tried to, as awkwardly as she can, like, pat her on the shoulder. She seems receptive to it.
Kiona will give Mazra an arched, like, eyebrow kind of look, but she won't refuse the tea.
Okay.
I might have muted you guys for a minute for chat there. I'm sorry.
You're fine. She's trying to be like comfort. Always awkward, but sincere.
Right.
She's doing her best.
And Kiona will appreciate that, and definitely she'll take the tea. She'll.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Mazra does try.
Yeah. That's why Kiona loves her.
Aww.
Now, obviously, we don't want this coming back on Final here. I mean, we basically knew as much. He just confirmed it.
What did you find out from him?
Well, we found out that the brand had nothing to do with this officially. He was trying to. It was your theory, Mazra. You know, he was trying to get in with them. He stole the potion from them, broke in because he felt like Andrea should have, been fully in the brand community. And yeah, one thing I didn't find out, he's gonna look back to Final, is where the money is. I think I need to ask him again.
I assume they're the ones who put that stuff on him, so it's very possible that they took it from him.
That's what I'm assuming as well.
But my question is, are they going to give it back, or are they going to keep it for themselves and claim it was lost?
Well, I assume they're going to give it back. So I think our work might be done for tonight. If they don't, by, midday tomorrow, we are going to have more work ahead of us, right? I mean,
that was what I said in the first place.
I have a thought.
Mm.
Clearly, that kid fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And clearly, they want him dead. They don't know we're out here.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know we found him.
Mm-hmm.
If we take him back, I assume the mayor will want to take him into custody. My concern is things happen to people when they're in custody if they're not being watched, especially given how the brand is. Do we want to make him disappear? There is that town nearby.
Moment.
Yeah. Give him some
Either
money,
way,
some rations.
If they think he's dead, they're not likely to go looking for him.
I agree.
So we could either disappear him and hope that they didn't see us leave, although they may know anyway because we did ask around, or we could bring back some of his clothes or something of his effects. We've got the owlbear blood smeared around as evidence.
Oh, agreed. We should definitely go back and tell them, we found his body. Well, bits and pieces of cloth that the owlbears hadn't devoured, right?
Right. And what's-her-face will obviously be angry that we feared, but she may take it as a win that we failed.
Yeah.
And may stop pursuing it for the time being.
Yeah. I agree. If they're not going to be honest with us, I see no reason why we need to be honest with them.
Right. So let's go see what he has to say.
Okay.
But we need to make sure that he is not going to try and return to the caravan. At least not. Although if he's as scared as you say he is, he may not want to come back.
I can't imagine he'd want to. Okay, I'll go double check, make sure the brand has the money. And then we should probably send him on his way. I've got plenty of rations, I think. Let me double check if it was going to root around in his pack.
I've got rations if he needs them.
We could also...
He would need 1 ration to make the trip.
Oh, well, any of us have got at least that, probably.
I'm going to give him 2, just to be safe. Ooh.
I think Mazra... What? Mazra will be kind and give him her water skin. And a gold piece.
Wow.
Oh.
Because
Kiona will take note.
Well, it's not exactly altruistic. She sees this as a way to say fuck you to the brand, so
True.
And she doesn't like being jerked around.
But Kiona will see Mazra giving a gold piece to a poor kid that's just out on his luck right now and take it as a lovely little gesture. That's how that's going.
But that at least should that'll give him some, like, he could probably buy some, like, basic clothes and a bath and, like, a room or something.
Get
with
himself
that.
something.
So, a little bit of whatever.
Here's a question. Before we go back over and ask him and get him set on his way, we know 2 people that he might want to apprentice with. We know, shoot, what was her name?
The baker and the pie people from the last village.
Yeah.
Oh.
Lyran and Hannerby?
Yeah.
How far away is that from where we are now?
Quite far and across some hostile terrain.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
Plus he's got to make his way through the enchanted fog shrub.
That's true.
Well, we could just send him over there for now and just say,
right,
go there, lay low.
I mean, they must have a baker there.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, okay. And I don't want to...
With a lesson, don't get yourself mixed up in this bullshit in the future.
Well, exactly. I don't want to reward him. I actually, I think 1 gold is...
This is probably good enough lesson
enough.
for you, but...
Well, if it's one silver is a day's wage, that's like 10 days of wages.
Yeah.
But basically, it's just like, find yourself a place to sleep and get some clothes or whatever.
Exactly. And don't get mixed up in this, right? Like, get a job, find a good, anyway, okay.
And she basically,
as the 3 of you are like admonishing him, he's just...
This is your one chance to make it right, kid.
Do not fuck this up.
I won't.
I
know where you are, and if
in
you
like
think
30 years, when we come back and this guy is like prosperous and lovely, and everybody is like.
This is a nice preview of Monster's parenting.
Yeah, really. Final. Not many people get second chances like this. You get a fresh start here.
I know.
Okay.
I know. I won't mess it up.
And you know what? I believe in you. You can do this. You've already proven you're a great baker. It's a good life. I believe in you. You got this. Now stay safe. Follow this path. That star there. Easy. You got this.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Oh,
thank you.
What are we taking from him to prove that he's dead?
Some kind of clothing.
We could slice his ear off.
No. Just clothes. Let's get some bloody clothes and mix it in, or some clothes and mix it in the blood or something. Wait? Actually, Final. Do you have like a necklace? Might be too obvious. Never mind.
They did get my shirt, and he kind of pulls open his jacket to reveal that he had a real close call with one of them, and his tunic is like slashed open.
Perfect.
And there's some scratches on his chest. I can and he quickly like struggles to remove his shirt and hands it over, and then puts the jacket back on.
Okay. Do I feel like that jacket's gonna keep him warm enough without a shirt? I don't know what season it is. I know it was getting colder. Okay. Okay. All right.
Holy. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. No, we're just taking forever. Okay, I'm gonna subtract this stuff.
That's what we do.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Final. Before we go, I did have one unanswered question. We're probably right about this too. We just want to confirm the Bastard Brand. They took the money. They took the safe.
Yeah.
Okay. Did they say what they were going to do with it?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, Final, thank you so much for being honest with us. It's a good policy. Stick to it. And if you don't get mixed up in stuff like this, it'll serve you well. You got this, young man.
Okay. So I go now?
Yeah. Bye.
Thank you.
Actually,
Thank you.
Keep your head down, kid.
Yeah.
And he runs down the path with his head down.
Okay. 13 rations. All right. Okay. Well,
before we leave, Master's just gonna say, okay, so we have our story. The other thing that I would suggest we do is I assume that what's her face? Caridwen will either send a representative or come speak to us herself if she finds out that we got involved. I would suggest that we do not challenge her and make her think that we have learned the error of our ways and understood her message, that we will not be meddling in their business further.
I agree.
I think that's a good idea. Actually, DM, this is a question. I don't think Foodle's a good liar. Like, at least in my head, like he just tells the truth a lot.
Really not.
What would the D&D skill be? Deception?
Deception, yeah.
Yeah.
Deception. Okay. I don't know if I mean she's not going to want to talk to me anyway. Do one of you want to tell her that?
But she'll target you.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess I'll do my best, but...
Well, one of us can maybe go. We'll see what happens.
Okay. All right. But yeah, we got the story. Okay. All right. Well, I guess we're heading back. Let's get some sleep. I am exhausted. Yeah!
And Kiona giggles when he yas on his pony.
Back to the caravan. Now, it is quite late by the time you get back to the caravan. And as you're riding up, out to meet you, bouncing like a living ball of energy, is a very short half-elf, Andrea Pantalonia, skipping down the grassy hillside to meet you. Wonderful news, wonderful news, wonderful news! Hello, everybody! Hi. Oh, it's so good to see all you special noodles.
It's wonderful to see you too. What's the good news? Oh my goodness.
The good news is that, ta-da! She holds up her strong box. It came back and not a single copper piece is missing.
That's amazing. Oh my goodness, Andrea, I'm so thankful.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm so thankful for you. It just appeared on my doorstep with a note that said that the thief talked to you and you taught him the error of his ways, and he felt he needed to return it with all of the coins inside of it. So thank you. And she hugs each of you in turn. Thank you, you special sweetie pumpkin pies. Thank you so much. My business is saved thanks to you.
Oh, well, I'm so glad. Well, I mean, I don't know what I'd do without your tea or your company.
Oh, it rhymes. Such a smart nugget. Such a clever little pumpkin. Boy, she pats your head, even though you're only like a foot shorter than she is.
I want to put that on a plaque. No one is ever going to ever say that about Foodle ever again. Well, I'm so glad it all worked out, and you know what? Thank you for letting us know. You know, we did our best, and it all worked out in the end.
That's fantastic news. I'm just glad that that we managed to sort this out without anybody getting hurt. That's what I was the most afraid of, other than my business failing, was that somebody would get hurt, you or the poor wayward noodle that felt driven to do this. So, did you find out who the perpetrator was?
Well, of course. I mean, we talked to them.
That's right. That's how silly of me. How silly of me. But I don't want to know who it is, because I just want to be able to trust everybody and all of my neighbors, and it would break my heart to think that there's somebody who I couldn't trust, especially when they're trying to mend the error of their ways. So don't tell me anymore. I'm just so happy that you used your words and not your fists and weapons and fire and lightning. She kind of looks sideways at Kiona for a second to solve this problem.
Yeah, I find that words get you a long way, and yeah, you don't have to worry about the thief. They've learned the error of their ways. Yeah, they're turning over a new leaf, as my dad would say.
Okay, well, if you ever want to turn over a few leaves in a mug of hot water, you just let me know. Free tea for all of you for life. Yay! And she turns and bounces off.
Guess who's opening their own tea business?
Mazra.
Oh my!
Selling. No, I'm just kidding. It's not that bad.
Make, she's gonna give us tea. She's
Consider
gonna
it
make
5
tea
seconds
for us,
before she
right?
realizes Kiona will murder her.
Kiona will look right at her when she like even starts to say it, and she'd be like,
Oh, well, all right. I guess that's sorted. Good work, everyone. I am exhausted. Oh, let's get some sleep.
Were you like hiding the bloody shirt behind your back that whole conversation?
well, we would have put it like in a place. We wouldn't have been like carrying it on our arm the whole time. Like, we brought the poor shirt of the dead
I mean,
guy.
do we need to talk to anyone about this now?
Need to talk to the mayor, perhaps, about this.
Right.
Kiona is happy to go and visit the mayor if everybody else wants to tap out.
I think Kiona, Mazra will go too.
Okay, yeah. That's a good point.
It does make tea if you're. Never mind.
Yeah, Roundtree will want to know about it. Yeah. Wait, is the mayor still awake?
So you get to the mayor's wagon and she is asleep, but the guards outside kind of intimate to you that she would want to hear this, and so when you knock on her door, there's a little bit of rustling and sort of sounds of doors opening and closing and some mutter and some stamping of feet inside, and then the door opens and Mayor Roundtree is like hugging a house coat tightly about her small hunched over frame. Yes.
Hello.
Oh, you're back. What was the result of your search?
Well, Mazra, go ahead.
Well, you're not gonna have to worry about the thief anymore.
Oh, so you've taken care of our little problem?
Let's just say nature took care of our problem.
Yeah, it wasn't us.
He tried to escape and found himself some trouble in the woods by the time we had gotten there.
I see. And so was the bastard brand involved in the theft?
Not to our knowledge. We think that he acted perhaps trying to impress them, but as far as we can tell, they didn't have any direct action in it.
Well, that makes things quite simple, I suppose, although it's a shame that a young person with so much promise made such a poor decision and paid very dearly for it.
I think that you need to keep an eye on the brand, because even if they didn't directly force him to do this, their influence is what caused him to act. there may be others like him in the future if we're not careful.
Yeah, we don't want a repeat of this.
I'll take that under advisement. But for the time being, excellent work, Warg Slayers. I think you've all earned a good night's sleep. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get back to mine.
Of course. Good night.
Good night. And she shuts the door.
And you two fine
Kiona-
gentlemen. Good night, you too.
Okay,
He's talking to
good.
the guard.
Good night. Oh,
Good
the
night.
guard. Okay.
I feel like we always ignore them, you know?
We
They've
do
got names
usually
and
ignore the
families
guard,
and-
yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, good work, you guys. We did a good thing
Oh
today.
shoot, I forgot. I rolled like a
What?
27 on my treasure hunt. Anyway, it's fine.
Oh yeah.
Never
Okay.
mind. It's fine.
Did you find
no.
anything?
No, if you rolled it,
She
rolled it,
was doing that while I was making tea.
yeah,
This is why we never ask about treasure, okay?
yeah, you gotta report those rolls.
Oh my gosh. I was gonna wait till after we did the like.
So
emotional
actually,
stuff.
I actually rolled up
Hi, Darren. Night, Brett.
some
Night,
treasure.
Hey.
There.
Ooh.
All right.
All right.
That I actually did roll up treasure, but I was waiting to see if you would tell me what your result was, or if you actually made a treasure roll. If you were just being a turd.
I know I did an investigation.
It was an abandoned camp, and quite an abandoned camp at that. So it was not exactly, there's not exactly like a vault there full of brimming with treasure, but you did find 130 gold pieces.
Okay. Oh, I'll let.
Got it.
Yeah.
1 potion of healing.
Got it.
1 potion of greater healing.
Got it.
And 1 potion of climbing.
Ooh.
See.
Is that it?
Yep.
Cool. Yay.
Nice. Nice, Mazra. Wow.
Like I got drug out here to deal with this bullshit. So
Well, we got free tea out of it.
yeah, that's true.
All right. Good night.
Me too.
Night, Foodle.
All right.
Kiona
Hi,
will,
Mazra.
after Foodle says goodbye, Kiona will turn to Mazra and say, "We could have probably told the mayor the truth."
I mean, if you want to, we can knock on her door.
In the morning.
Are you gonna be okay?
Well, I'm just the person I was, I guess.
I mean, does that bother you?
Why would it?
I mean, I think sometimes, we all want to go back to who we were, but time passes and we change and we kind of get used to the way things are. I mean, what do you do when you go back to that after all that time?
Guess we'll see.
Well, if you need anything, you know where I am.
Thanks. And Kiona will go back to her place.
Mazra go back to her place too.
And as you settle in for the night, it is with a sense of a job well done, if somewhat tainted by how complicated it was. You are happy that you managed to save poor Final from the consequences, the steep consequences of his own poor decisions. You hope that he makes it to this town, although there's no way for you to be sure. You've prepared him as best you can. You hope that he's able to put together the pieces of his life and get things in order. You're also quite keenly aware now of the reach, influence, resources, and willingness to act of the Bastard Brand, as well as the fact that they may be something that you need to keep an eye on in the future.
If not more.
But, yeah. But, all in all, a job well done. You solved the mystery of the theft. You had whether you did it yourselves or whether it was through your actions causing it to happen, the stolen property was in fact returned to Andrea Pantalonia, and the Pantaloon Tea Shop is saved from financial ruin. And so you settle in under the warm covers of your beds on this chilly evening, and a cold wind blows across the caravan as you drift off to sleep. And Kiona, you find yourself in your dreams once again in that grove near the ranch where you grew up, sort of picking yourself up off the grass. You look in one direction, you see that black obelisk still gathering moss, and in the other direction, the pond. And you look down into the waters of the pond and see nothing but the yawning black void beneath the surface of the water. No reflection, just nothing. And suddenly, feeling strikes you that in this moment, you have never felt so alone. And that is where we're going to end today's session.
Thanks for that. I already felt that, and then you said it, and it made it worse.
Oh no!
Yep. She started to find something, and then it was taken away from her, and now she's got nothing again. Thanks, friends. Love it.
Holy crap. We talk about...
What can I say? I'm the DM. It's my job.
He hates me is what the answer there is. This
No.
asshole over here.
No. What are you talking about?
Well, other than fucking with poor Kiona and Ezra, you keep knocking this shit out of the park. Holy cow, that's
right?
so
For real.
cool.
I didn't see that whole like espionage thing going this way. That was good. I liked it.
Great mystery and like the characters and the world building. Oh my gosh, so freaking good.
There are so many things about our caravan now that we got hooks.
Well, it's not
discovered a whole new restaurant with an elvish princely in it. Like, what the shit?
Now that so a lot of that is down to the community. Yeah, the Pan's Parlor was a community creation.
Which is why this game is so cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you,
100%.
community.
Oh, 100%.
They're amazing.
Yeah. But yeah, the community has given me a lot to go on. The Bastard Brand, like as I was, I've been trying to do something with them for a while, and I've only had a very loose idea of what they are and what they're supposed to be. And in the process of putting this adventure together, I've got a lot more going on with it, and they're probably going to be the subject of a future whiskey and world building session.
And probably also the subject of a we need to kick some ass session in the future, because according to what we experienced tonight, my character already thinks it. So
maybe.
Masha does not appreciate other people exploiting her caravan.
Right?
Only she gets to exploit her caravan.
You don't exploit this caravan like that. No.
And that's one of the really interesting things about them, is that their behavior is basically nothing that Mazra has not openly said is acceptable to her in the past.
But she's not the one doing it, so.
But their attempt to murder the poor boy is a little bit
she doesn't
beyond.
Murder people like that.
She doesn't murder people.
That's a bridge too far.
I could envision, if Mazur didn't make such wonderful, good-hearted friends, a happy life that could lead Mazur to being basically a crime boss who would do something like that.
Oh, I could envision that too, but she's got Kiona now, and Kiona will never let her go in that direction.
Freaking Mazra would be like leading the bastard brand. She'd be like,
"You work for me now, you little bastard."
Oh my god!
You should clip that one too.
All right. Well, before we windbag it up too much,
it does need to have a bed. That's what we do.
Yeah, let's say our farewells. So, thank you so much, everybody. And now there's a couple special streams coming up in the future. Cauliflumps, when's the spooky game stream happening? Do we have a date for that yet?
Well, okay, so we don't have a date because I have to think about like if this is going to be an additional stream. I kind of think that might be the best way to do it. Maybe doing it on a Saturday when I don't normally stream, because a lot of people tend to maybe be available on that day. I'm not sure. So obviously I don't want to do it this Saturday because I want to be there for Flutter's big thing this Saturday, everybody. Freaking 12-hour stream with some amazing goals, and it's going to be a ton of fun, you guys.
Really.
But
check out the stream.
But yes, that is going to be coming. It's going to be a little bit delayed as opposed to the vinyl and Kali play, human fall flat goal. Because of the nature of it, unfortunately. So, but yeah, I'm gonna make a post about because I think people are sort of done giving suggestions for games. So I'm just gonna make a list. We'll have some votes, and people can decide, and people can vote for more than one, right? So we'll just see which game people want me to play.
Man, I would love to see.
I am kind of stalling.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it. Shit.
I would. It's older now, but I would love to see you play PT, which was
god,
basically, the letters P and
Holly would
T.
lose it though,
because it was supposed to be a proof of concept demo for a Silent Hill game, I think, but it never ended up happening.
I believe Silent Hill was the one that was made after the place that was near my home growing up. Silent Hill.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. It is definitely in that Pennsylvania coal country, I think, right?
Yeah.
That's where but it was supposed to be a Silent Hill game, but Hideo Kojima made PT and then was unceremoniously dumped from the project or something like that. Some weird shenanigans but PT, man, really creepy game, really cool game. I think you would lose it. I think you would lose your mind.
Well, let's
hope probably lose
vote
my
that
mind.
Okay, y'all.
Oh yeah. All right. We love you guys.
Right.
Thank you so much. Come to my 12-hour stream on Saturday. I think that was the
Saturday.
What time does it start?
Oh, I had a message. 2:00 p.m. Eastern
2
time.
Eastern.
Yeah.
2 Eastern. All right. I will catch you guys there.
Please come and show up. We're going to start with cooking. We're going to play games. We're going to play community games. We're going to do all the things.
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah.
We love you
Good
guys.
night.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.